Chapter 212. The Unstoppable by Family's Young Miss returns. Second update. Under 1, the first image that followed was of a man in white wearing a ceremonial headdress, with the caption, "Brilliant strategies, trampling over Jianghu with the Emperor Jianghu." The next image was of a kindly old man, with the caption, "Teacher of the Universe, the greatest minister of all time, Liang Zuan, whose tax policy laid the foundation for the golden age of the great Yong dynasty. General by Li, with iron cavalry to secure the 9 provinces. Abandoning the pen for the military, 1,000 white-clothed cavalry out of Zhejiang, by Zhongyu. Alone she went for a diplomatic marriage, leaving behind the grand sights of Jianghu, Princess Huaiyan." The video wasn't long, just 30 seconds. Bai Lian quietly finished watching it before clicking on the comments section. Just overnight, there were already 500,000 comments. This by family, they must be cheating, right? How impressive is the great Yong dynasty? Let me put it to you this way. You know Jianghu University, right? In its celebrity statue square, the front 2 rows are filled with their statues. Among these people, 2 surnames have been passed down to this day. You can figure out for yourselves just how impressive that is. Heart. Why did the Bai family not have any descendants? With such fantastic genes, brother Bai died at 28. Why didn't he marry? Chen Yi must have been in agony. General Bai took him out of the beggar's ranks, watched Bai Xianxia grow up with Bai Zhongyu, and in the end, could only watch the members of the Bai family die one by one before his eyes. He probably regretted not rebelling against Emperor Jianghu sooner. Perhaps then he might have managed to preserve the last seedling of the Bai family. Liang Zuan must have been in agony too. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights in front of the imperial city, pleading with Jianghu to send troops to save his disciple. Historical records show that before he died, his eyes were always fixed in the direction of Xianxia, never closing. Now I finally understand why the Chen family so venerates the Liang style. So why didn't Bai Xianxia retreat with General Chen Yi when he went to Emperor Jianghu with the command tally to rebel? Only this comment had a strangely uniform response below. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family, she could die standing, but she would never desert her troops. Can you imagine? In the last battle of Xianxia, Chen Yi left with the elite troops to defect to Emperor Jianghu, while she led 800 elite soldiers to fend off 10,000 enemies. None of those 800 survived. 597,155 likes, and right at the top, a comment pinned by Jianghu University. Surely no one still doesn't know that Bai Xianxia is the universally recognized senior sister of all of us at Jianghu University, right? Yawn. 999,752 likes. Bai Lian quietly looked at these comments. There was no judgment of right or wrong. Emperor Jianghu had died, which was within her expectations since she had sent Chen Yi with the command tally to Jianghu, aiming for Emperor Jianghu's life. The sun crept higher, shining painfully in people's eyes. Bai Lian squinted as if feeling the heat, unzipping her school uniform jacket, and her long eyelashes gently lowered. Old Teacher Liang. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights? Her voice seemed very soft. It took Xiaohan a moment to respond, realizing that Bai Lian was asking her. Yeah, he and a dozen civil officials knelt outside the palace, begging Emperor Jianghu to send troops, but Emperor Jianghu didn't see them. Later he helped Emperor Jianghu subvert the dynasty. It's all in the history books, Xiaohan explained, somewhat surprised. Bai Lian, aren't you a liberal arts student? Ah, Bai Lian came to her senses, seemingly with a laugh. There's too much to remember, I forgot that. Physics class. The physics teacher was still lecturing at the front, throwing a piece of chalk in frustration at Xianxia, who looked sleepy. Xianxia, are you planning to score 0 for me in tomorrow's joint exam? Xianxia was startled awake. After class, the physics teacher asked Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to go to the office to get some exercise papers. When Bai Lian went to the office, a group of teachers were discussing the joint exam for the next day. The physics teacher began talking about Xianxia. In this joint exam, Xianxia is definitely going to come last in physics, no doubt about it. This should be the last joint exam, Lu Lingxi said, sitting back down. Long before this conversation, Bai Lian had heard about the joint exam from Tang Ming. During every midterm and final joint exam, over 100 schools in Beijing would participate together. It wasn't only to measure each student's abilities, but more importantly, Beijing's exams were set by those involved in setting the national college entrance exams. Although the exams were tough, the test papers were extremely important for the students and teachers. Xianxia did not have as good educational resources as Beijing, hence they placed great importance on each joint exam. Why is that? The physics teacher quickly stood up, frowning. Lu Lingxi sighed. There are too many county-level cities participating in each exam, and the results vary greatly from ours in Beijing High School. They don't want to take the exams with us. In simpler terms, Beijing High School didn't want to join those from municipal cities and below in the game anymore. This time, students Ning Xiao and Chen Zhu from our school have a good chance of making it into the top 50. The physics teacher settled back into his chair and slowly said, "Are they planning to knock out everyone with one blow?" "It's useless," Lu Lingxi was calmer than the physics teacher. "Unless someone from other schools outperforms them this time, nobody else stands a chance." "Isn't that a joke?" "That's Song Min, he's being compared to those monsters from Jianghu," the physics teacher said, exasperated. He had seen Song Min's name in physics competitions. Who in Beijing could possibly surpass him? As the two of them were talking, they saw Bai Lian with Ning Xiao. The physics teacher stopped talking about the topic at hand. He handed over the problems to the two students with a smile, his voice especially gentle. "These are from the head teacher of Class 8 for you too. Study them well and give it your all in the test tomorrow." Bai Lian slowly took the problems with both hands. Her blue and white school uniform wasn't zipped up all the way, revealing the white shirt underneath, her eyes and eyebrows cast downward. "Thank you, teacher." Ning Xiao followed with thanks. Seeing her and Ning Xiao, the physics teacher felt a little better. "Hurry back to class," he said warmly. After the two left, the physics teacher watched their retreating figures and suddenly remembered something. Teacher Yang mentioned that Bai Lian is very strong in physics. I wonder if she has a chance this time. He wasn't part of the training class, so he was unaware of the level there. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao always scored full marks in physics, but that was on Xianxia High School's papers, which were not comparable to Beijing's. "Clear your head," a colleague came over, opening his cup and placing it in the physics teacher's hand. "That Song Min is a once-in-20 years genius in Beijing. Don't set unrealistic expectations for your students and put too much pressure on them." The physics teacher was taken aback. "I'm just thinking," he said, taking a sip of water helplessly. "I didn't say I expect Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to be like Song Min, but it would be nice if Bai Lian could also do well in the other two subjects." It was clear to them that apart from physics, Bai Lian was rather lackadaisical with the rest. "Alas," the physics teacher sighed again, "in my lifetime, I don't know if I will see Xianxia High School become a top 100 high school, so we won't have to live at the mercy of Beijing's mood." At these words, the other teachers in the office also fell silent. Class 15. Bai Lian took the problems back to her seat. For the first time, she didn't immediately work on physics problems. Instead, she took out her copied biology notes and, after thinking for a bit, pulled out her phone to send a message to Mr. Jiang. "Do you have biology and chemistry materials from Jianghu?" Mr. Jiang replied quickly. "Yes." Bai Lian. "Suddenly, I feel like everything is fine." Mr. Jiang. "Congratulations." Bai Lian then borrowed a biology question bank from Yang Lin. "Sister Lian," Zhang Xi's was quite surprised as he looked at the thick stack of problems Yang Lin pulled out. "What's gotten into you?" Bai Lian took the question bank. She casually flipped through the biology questions, her eyes subtly lifting as she playfully pursed her lips at Zhang Xi's. "I'm preparing to live and study seriously." Zhang Xi's. "You mean your study attitude hasn't been serious enough? What am I then?" "You're a joke," Wang Qi took the opportunity to tease. Ning Xiao, sitting next to Zhang, also looked pensively at Bai Lian. "Was your previous effort not considered serious?" Bai Lian didn't respond to them and closed her eyes slightly. In fact, ever since she arrived here, she only saw herself as an onlooker, sometimes even doubting if this was a dream before she died. She avoided history. She was afraid to face history. She lived carelessly and perfunctorily, treating life in Xianxia as a mission etched into her very bones. But from today, she would confront this life head-on. She too could live for herself. No one gave up on her. Neither her soldiers nor Xianxia. She thought. The teachers knew why she had to die outside the city gates, to be the final straw that broke the back of Emperor Jianghu. The Bai family's troops would never be traitors, But as the last person of the Bai family to die for this muddled emperor, the armies would wash the imperial city in blood. Liang Zuan knew. But he forgave her grave disobedience. She thought. It was time to make a break with the past. Bai Lian slowly opened her eyes and turned the pages of her biology workbook. From this moment on, the eldest sister from Jianghu University, Liang Zuan's most outstanding student, the indomitable heiress of the Bai family from the great Yong dynasty who commanded armies, she was making her comeback. Chapter 213. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law. Beijing's top 10 schools. Under 1. Scholar God, look at Sister Lian. Xianxia, sitting behind Bai Lian, felt it most acutely. For a second, he seemed to sense a chilling sternness pouring out from Bai Lian. But Xianxia, with little ink in his belly, couldn't describe it and just gazed at Ning Xiao, finally squeezing out, "Has she changed a bit?" Ning Xiao glanced at him but didn't answer. He stared at Bai Lian, who was seriously grinding through problems in front of him, and reflected painfully on why he had just wasted a minute, then quickly pulled out a math question bank and began to work on the problems. The king of slack, Xianxia, reflected for a second. Forget it, the country has them. He could rest easy. He continued to sneak out his phone and made arrangements to play games with Wang Qi and others. Why did he have to sneak to take out his phone? Because when Lu's mom saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao with their phones, she turned a blind eye, something Xianxia couldn't believe, since those two would hold their phones for problem-solving, not playing games. But if she saw phone in hand with Xianxia and the others at school, that's it, 1,000-word self-criticism was a certainty. Bai Lian's phone lit up again. A message from Jianghu Lai. He probably guessed she was studying biology. Biology. Memorize the textbook. Don't look at the book when doing problems. Broaden your horizons. He must be busy and took a moment to send 2 simple messages. Classmate Bai. 1. Bai Lian slowly replied with a number. In fact, over the past month, she had roughly understood. Biology probably had the highest return on effort among these few subjects. She had memorized the biology textbook by heart and just hadn't done many practice problems. Biology wasn't as hard as physics, but some questions were tricky with words. The knowledge tested wasn't as broad as physics, it was detailed down to the wording, and could even extend from the footnotes to outside the textbook. Young Master Jiang had only this phrase to offer. Broaden your horizons. Next to her, Yang Lin, with a sidelong glance at Bai Lian, pondered for about a minute before quietly telling Bai Lian, "You should organize a mind map for each chapter yourself, make frameworks, so you can remember every little piece of information. After doing problems, we ultimately have to go back to the textbook. If you don't understand, you can ask me." Yang Lin was first in biology across the whole school. She almost represented the school in a provincial competition, but on the departure day, she didn't show up. Bai Lian held her pen and tilted her head to look at Yang Lin, who was bathed in sunlight. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes slightly and gave a gentle smile to Yang Lin. "Okay, I will." 200 days remained until the college entrance examination. There was still time. Because Shen Qing had already awakened and was recovering well. Bai Lian made a phone call to Ji Xiaojun today and did not visit the hospital. In the evening, she went to the milk tea shop to find Jianghu and ordered a cup of milk tea for both him and herself. Qi Yundai had already noticed Bai Lian and Jianghu from the kitchen and, after finishing today's cakes, he took off his chef's hat. He then tossed the remaining cake to Yang Lin. After that, he casually took the 2 cups of milk tea ordered by Bai Lian to find her. "Miss Bai, young Master Jianghu." Qi Yundai seated himself next to Jianghu. "Thank you," Bai Lian said as she spread out biology exercises on the table, a pen still between her middle and index fingers. She looked at Qi Yundai and suddenly remembered something. "You are a litigator, right?" Qi Yundai wiped off sweat with a paper. "Ah, yes." "Litigator?" That was a new way had been addressed. If it were this case, Bai Lian put down her pen and showed him a screenshot on her phone. "Could you litigate?" Qi Yundai set down the paper and glanced from afar. Seeing a few key words, he frowned. Domestic abuse? That's hard to define. After a brief contemplation, he explained to Bai Lian the intricacies of the matter, how the law finds it difficult to pass judgment because it counts as a family dispute, and he hadn't taken on such minor cases before. But he was willing to make an effort for Miss Bai. "I'll try my best." "I see." Bai Lian snapped her phone shut with a click and slowly started to speak to Qi Yundai. "Then you don't have to worry about this." Qi Yundai could even see Bai Lian narrowing her eyes slightly. Nonchalant yet somewhat presumptuous. Without needing to speak, Qi Yundai roughly got what Bai Lian meant. But who came up with the term domestic abuse? Bai Lian frowned. As if she would take up arms against them if she knew who it was. Qi Yundai. No, that's not. He started to sweat. Why did young Master Jiang and people around him, one by one, all enjoy challenging the law so much? Jiang Fulai was busy today. Bai Lian took Jiang He home. Before leaving, she handed over the packaged milk tea to Ming Dongheng. Chapter 214. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law. Beijing's top 10 schools. Under 2, what is this? Ming Dongheng held the milk tea in the brown bag with both hands. He was very tall, standing outside the milk tea shop, looking utterly cold and indifferent, a stark contrast to the cutesy milk tea bag he was holding. He instantly noticed the note on the order. Note. Add ice, double sugar Jianghe's? Bai Lian got into the car slowly. It's for your young master. Ming Dongheng was surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. When Bai Lian arrived at Purist Street, he didn't drive but took out his phone and began furiously typing in the group chat with a poker face. Ming Dongheng. Jiang Shao actually drinks double sugar. Ming Dongheng. Image. He sent a photo of the fruit tea. A very cutesy design, with the double sugar prominently visible. Sunanjing, Jiang Shijue. Screenshot taken. Ming Dongheng retracted a message. Ming Dongheng retracted a message. Sunanjing. At Jiang Shijue, you're so ruthless. Sunanjing. At Ming Dongheng Xiaoming. Now you see who truly loves you the most as a brother. Chen Beixian. At Sunanjing, you just didn't think to use a screenshot to threaten Xiaoming. Alien. The owner of store number 112 has been doing killer business recently, and when he saw Bai Lian with Jiang He from afar, he greeted Bai Lian. Get. Xiaohe Wangzai milk. Bai Lian took some time to get a Wangzai milk for Jiang He. By the way, she made it Mao Kun's job to come and help the owner move goods whenever he was free. Alien seems to be in a really good mood today, the owner said after he moved down a box of beers, wiping his face with the towel hanging around his neck, his bronze face showing a smile. Young people should be lively and peppy, there's no need for all those troubles. The first time he saw Bai Lian, she was standing here looking at the ancient tree, and he thought she was burdened with worries. He figured she must have gone through a breakup. Of course, the owner couldn't fathom why someone would reject such a girl. But it was okay. The young are in their prime, and at her age, she could afford the loss. It wasn't too late for anything. The owner chuckled to himself and went back to moving stock, genuinely happy for her. 10 minutes later, Mao Kun came reverently with a few followers to help the owner move stock. A new police officer hiding in the dark opened his mouth wide in surprise. Unbeknownst to Bai Lian, the store owner who watched TV every day had been secretly concocting all kinds of dramatic love and hate stories about her. She took Jiang He, who was sipping on his Wangzai milk, and went back. In Ji Heng's courtyard. He was sitting in front of the embroidery frame, a piece of deep blue satin already stretched on it, with a paper on the fabric, outlining the pattern of a robe he had drawn for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, how do you like this one? Dr. Lance was curiously observing the well and banyan tree in the courtyard. He hadn't stopped exploring the ancient charm of the alley for a moment. On hearing the question, he pushed up his glasses to look closer at Ji Heng's drawing. His eyes lit up as he saw it. Fine. Beautiful. What's this? He pointed to one of the patterns. Dragon. Ji Heng narrowed his eyes and replied. Long. Dr. Lance seemed to have heard of it and brightened up. I like this. Ji Heng nodded, then fetched a bunch of embroidery threads from the storeroom and started splitting them. Dr. Lance's eyesight wasn't great, but he could see Ji Heng splitting a fine silk thread into 12 or so finer threads. The first time witnessing embroidery, he was amazed for a long time. With a squeak, Bai Lian pushed open the door and entered. Dr. Lance retracted his jaw and turned to look at Bai Lian. Today, treatment? Bai Lian greeted Ji Heng and Dr. Lance and answered Dr. Lance. Yes. She took off her school uniform to reveal the white inner garment embroidered with green leaves and twining vines, then retrieved silver needles from the room. How long will it take? Dr. Lance asked about the treatment duration as he sat on the stone stool. Having been treated by Bai Lian with the needles for 2 days already, he didn't feel any change. Bai Lian raised the silver needle leisurely and, after a conservative estimate, replied, around a month. Really? Dr. Lance switched to English, eager for Bai Lian to proceed with the acupuncture. Hurry up, please. Dr. Lance was short-sighted. He had considered laser surgery, but laser treatments could cause regression, accelerated aging, thinned corneas, and worsened glare and night vision, so he never went through with it. Jianghu pulled up a stool in front of Ji Hang and started to twist a fourth-order Rubik's Cube while watching Ji Hang embroider. Ji Hang took out the needles wrapped in oil paper and looked up to see Bai Lian holding a needle above Dr. Lance's head, gesturing. I asked other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners why they don't know this, Dr. Lance inquired while Bai Lian was inserting needles. It has been too long, Bai Lian bowed her head, finished inserting a needle seriously, and then explained to Dr. Lance thoughtfully, many things have been lost to time. There are still quite a few old masters who can perform this technique. You just haven't found them yet. Chapter 215. 080 Lien Jie just wants to challenge the law. Beijing's top 10 schools. _3 Perhaps they are like her. Without even a certificate. In the past, scholars read by the light of oil lamps, which was extremely harmful to the eyes, and there were no eyeglasses back then. The imperial physician compiled this set of acupuncture treatments. It saved the eyesight of the majority of scholars with poor vision. I see. Lance nodded without asking further. Just the thought of being able to stay here openly for another month excited him. Lance really liked the local customs here. After being needled, Lance, his head full of silver needles, replied to his assistant. For the next tasks, in Xianxia, I will be staying here for the time being. Whoever wants to find him, come to Xianxia. On the other end of the phone, the assistant, looking at the message full of Chinese characters, silently found a translator. Started wondering whether they should also learn some Chinese. Little Xianxia has already begun to gather various big shots. The next day. Wednesday. Beijing University Joint Exam. This wasn't a monthly test, but a large-scale joint examination, so the timing system was completely according to the college entrance exam. The exam started at 9 o'clock. Aside from Zhang Xi's and a few others, class 15 students still arrived at the classroom after 7. When Pu Xiaohan arrived, she saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao already seated at their desks, doing practice questions, and she quietly took out her phone to show Bai Lian. He messaged again. Jianghu. What about today? What did she say? Bai Lian slightly lifted her eyes, black pupils, calm and composed. That was a steadfastness of needing to study hard. Pu Xiaohan immediately understood and replied to Jianghu with a heavy heart. Hello, she has declined. Jianghu wasn't too surprised, replying promptly. Then he'll come again tomorrow. Someday, he would touch this classmate's heart. Right. Lu Lingxi came to the class before the exam. This exam will be rather difficult. Everyone relax a little. If you encounter a question you don't know, skip it. Don't get stuck on one question. Beijing's exam papers were always tough. To avoid students having a breakdown after the exam, teachers of each class would give a heads up in advance. Is it that difficult? Right after Lu Lingxi finished speaking, the whole class began to wail. Lu Mama, I might not even pass this time. Lu Lingxi looked at the group with amusement. All right, after the exam, I'll treat everyone to hot pot to unwind. This is probably your last time participating in the joint exams. The last part of her sentence was somewhat softer. Of course, most of the class didn't hear that. They only heard Lu Lingxi's, I'll treat everyone to hot pot. Lu Mama, I love you. Ah, Lu Mama, I will do well on the exam. Behind Bai Lian, Zhang Xi's was the most enthusiastic in his shouting. Only Bai Lian silently looked up at Lu Lingxi, beginning to calculate the cost of treating the whole class to hot pot. How much would Lu Lingxi have to spend? The examination was strict, and the school had already posted the exam numbers the previous night. 8:40. Everyone entered their respective examination rooms, and Bai Lian picked up her pen to find her own room. The first subject was Chinese. Bai Lian took her seat, the bell rang, and after the teacher finished the introduction, the Chinese exam papers were distributed. Bai Lian took the paper into her hands and looked down at the name of the test. Beijing 10 Schools Joint Examination Paper. She glanced at the names of these 10 schools. At the top of the list, unsurprisingly, was Beijing High School, followed by Beijing No. 4 Middle School, and then Beijing No. 7 Middle School. As for schools similar to Xianxia No. 1 Middle School, naturally, they had no chance to appear behind these 10 schools of Beijing. The fact that schools like Xianxia's were allowed to participate in the joint exam was already the greatest regard from these 10 schools. Bai Lian scanned the names of these 10 schools of Beijing. She just knitted her brows slightly. Chapter 216. 081. That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update. Under 1 the Chinese language exam was challenging, but Bai Lian wrote quickly, her handwriting clear and well-ordered. This unique and stylish calligraphy drew the exam proctor's attention to the characters she penned on her answer sheet, so much that she didn't want to leave. The proctor stood by her side for a full 5 minutes. When she realized what she was doing, she hurried away, fearing she might be putting too much pressure on the student. After returning to her desk, she then looked towards Bai Lian. The student remained seated upright, unhurriedly flipping over the answer card. Even the proctor's long presence by her side hadn't affected her pace. Admiring Bai Lian's composure, the proctor internally exclaimed with admiration. Although Lu Lingxi had already given Class 15 a heads-up, they still gathered at lunch to complain about the joint exam's difficulty. I didn't understand the poetry analysis at all, Xianxia complained over a mouthful of food. And the essay, what was that even about? Was it just telling us to study hard? The essay was several lines of classical Chinese, meant to guide the theme, which Xianxia hadn't understood. Idiot, Wang Qi scoffed the moment he finished. It was telling you to behave yourself. Xianxia thought Wang Qi was just teasing him until Ning Xiao nodded at him, leaving Xianxia speechless. I heard, Pu Xiaohan said with furrowed brows, sharing news she overheard from the teachers during the exam, that we want to have joint exams at the end of the semester. That's great news, Zhang Shi's eyes lit up. But why? Ning Xiao spoke calmly. Beijing's top 10 schools don't want us to join them anymore. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Shi's was taken aback, frowning. I admit I'm not smart, but you guys are. Even Wang Qi, who had wanted to tease Zhang Shi's again, fell silent, scratching his head. Are we dragging them down? They all knew about the school's special training class. Everyone in there was outstanding. It has nothing to do with you, Ning Xiao shook his head. At noon, a guilty Zhang Shi's was unusually vested in his math book. Of course he couldn't understand a thing. Smiling, in the afternoon, it was time for math. Even the likes of Lian Ningxiao and Chen Zhu couldn't help but groan upon receiving the test. Beijing's idea of setting questions was, if it doesn't kill you, make it brutally hard. The level of difficulty was about this. Please state how many stars there are in the galaxy, and calculate their numbers and positions. Many students were brought to tears by the difficulty. The last problem was an unusual function question with a couple of simple parts, asking for the range of values for under different conditions of the function. The question was short. And the shorter the question, the harder it was. Of course, more people didn't even get a chance to glance at the last 3 big questions. Bai Lian finished the math exam with 10 minutes to spare. She reviewed the test from beginning to end before submitting it. The proctor, sitting with his legs crossed on the podium, was surprised to see Bai Lian turn in her test, thinking she couldn't do it. He lifted his chin towards her, motioning her to place her answer card on the pile. After Bai Lian left, he glanced at the test paper. When he turned to the second page, he was somewhat stunned. This student had actually completed it all. But being a history teacher, even if Bai Lian had finished, he couldn't understand it. After Bai Lian submitted her test, no other students had come out of the school yet. She took her pen and paper to the milk tea shop. Through the glass, she saw Jianghu and Jianghu sitting face to face. Jianghu still had a laptop in front of him, his eyelashes drooping as he browsed through files on the screen, the cold profile of his face visible through the window. His pale fingertips tapped on the laptop keyboard, exuding an air of casual aloofness. Possibly sensing someone's gaze, he glanced outside for a moment, raising his eyebrows. You haven't been too busy the last couple of days, Bai Lian said as she pushed open the beaded curtain and entered, the sound of the wind chimes echoing softly. She casually took a seat beside Jianghu and leaned back. Jianghu pushed the 4 books near his hand toward Bai Lian, his tone indifferent. I wanted to congratulate you in person. Bai Lian then remembered the congratulations he had sent her the day before. She nodded her head and looked down at the 4 books. 2 were Jiangjing University textbooks on chemistry and biology. The other 2 were question banks from Jiangjing High. I've worked through the 2 question banks before, Jianghu said, his fingertips thoughtlessly tapping the table. They're decent. If he described them as decent, the question banks must be quite good. How did the exams go? He asked casually about the joint test. Bai Lian propped one hand on the books and grabbed an unopened milk tea from the table with the other. Her response was nonchalant, easy. She made the most arrogant statement with the laziest poise. Chapter 217. 081 That is the limit of the test paper. Not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update. _2 The last question in math finally reached the difficulty level of the Jianghu University app. Jianghu was well aware of her recent success in acing the math and physics questions on the app. Otherwise, why would someone come knocking on her door? Is your app blocking messages? Right. Bai Lian replied as she inserted a straw and took a sip, her voice steady and unrushed. There's a quantum mechanics teacher who wants to find you, Jianghu guessed, with a reluctant expression, but he knew where Bai Lian's interests lay. His physics and quantum mechanics are very good. Bai Lian's eyes shone brightly. Compared to you? Xianxia listened from the side, her forehead twitching, knowing only she would dare use young Master Jiang as a unit of measure. Second only to me, young Master Jiang smiled. After getting Bai Lian's approval, Jianghu opened his phone and tapped open a chat. The conversation still showed the other person's messages. She's ignoring me. She's still ignoring me. Damn, she didn't even read it. Jianghu looked at it several times, then replied to him leisurely. Young Master Jiang. Really? Dean Ma, yeah, you have no idea she's colder than you crying. Young Master Jiang. Can't be young Master Jiang. Image? Young Master Jiang. Look, she's following me. Dean Ma, after enjoying the moment, young Master Jiang arrogantly slid Bai Lian's business card over. At the other end of the phone, Dean Ma. Jiangjing High School. The principal thought about it all night and still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, he summoned the biology and chemistry teachers for a meeting. Did you not set the questions correctly? Is there a mistake? The teachers all had looks that said, are you talking nonsense? We reviewed the questions ourselves. How could there be a mistake? Those who teach here all have their capabilities. Naturally, they wouldn't allow such defamation from the principal. They answered with complete confidence. I thought the same. The principal placed his hand on the table and silently looked up. But last night, the Jiang family butler came to me for the chemistry and biology question banks. It was young Master Jiang who specifically asked for them. The teacher who had just spoken's cup trembled, as he adjusted his glasses with some effort. Hold on, there might really be a mistake. Let's go back and check. Beijing High School. The students here didn't have it easy after the math exam either. Bai Xiaoqi scored 3 places behind Song Min, sitting 3 seats behind him. After the bell rang, she just finished the penultimate major question. The teacher was collecting the papers and seeing her still writing, passed her by to collect the others first, then gently reminded, it's time to hand in your papers. Bai Xiaoqi handed her paper to the teacher. Then she began packing her things. Song Min was waiting for her at the door. Bai Xiaoqi sighed. Did you do the last question? No, Song Min shook his head. The calculations in the previous ones took too much time, I only just read the last question. If he had enough time, he probably could have done the last question. The questions for every joint exam of the top 10 schools were very difficult, created by a team of teachers from the National College Entrance Examination and Competitions, hired by Beijing for a hefty fee. Although difficult, the questions covered a broad range of knowledge points. Each question was a classic. You two are really something else, someone aside muttered. I didn't even get a clear look at the second to last question. But now that it's all over, how many points do you think you got? Let's be clear, this time I'm betting on you, Song Min, for first place. I'm betting on Xiaoqi. Anyway, it's either him or me, Bai Xiaoqi said amusedly. Do you guys want to bet every time? It's the fun of it. Song Min accompanied Bai Xiaoqi to the Bai family to retrieve the jade pendant. Bai Qiming was offering incense in the clan hall. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqi coming back, he hurriedly came out. Xiaoqi, I'll accompany you to Jiangjing tomorrow. No need, Bai Xiaoqi refused. At the side, a clan elder objected. No way, Xiaoqi, this is a big matter for our Bai family. That's Dean Jian, and you've passed his first interview. Qiming must go with you. Bai Xiaoqi wasn't surprised by their attitude. The butler returned Song Min's jade pendant to him, 1/2 of the white jade dragon and phoenix ring pendant. Seeing the familiar pendant, Song Min breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Bai Qiming and the clan elder knew what the pendant was. They sat down on the couch, picked up their teacups, pretending they hadn't seen it. Compared to Bai Lian, they preferred Bai Xiaoqi to take over the marriage affairs. Only the butler hesitantly spoke up. I heard the eldest young miss plays the guzheng quite well, and it seems she's also switched to science. Chapter 218. 081 That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update. _3 This was when he saw Ji Mulan's friend circle. Switch to the liberal arts stream? Bai Xiaoqi, who had been silent all along, said with a sly smile. Song Min was also very silent. Bai Qiming thought of the incident when Bai Lian was kicked out of the top class and frowned. His granduncle was chuckling as he tried to smooth things over. Oh? Does she play better than Xiaoqi? The butler chuckled awkwardly. How could they even compare? All right, Bai Xiaoqi turned to go upstairs. Don't compare me with just anyone. Of course, miss, you've already passed the first round of interviews with Dean Jian. How can anyone compare with that? Knowing head said too much, the butler hastily changed the subject. Nobody present was interested in Bai Lian's current life. Behind them, Bai Qiming watched Bai Xiaoqi's departing back with increasing satisfaction and said to Song Min, Aren't you two having a joint exam in the next few days? Last year Xiaoqi's older brother was Beijing's top scholar. This year it's all up to you. Thursday. Science in the morning. Bai Lian stared at the large science exam paper before her, first skipping over chemistry and biology to finish physics. Physics was as difficult as math. But she completed it quite swiftly. Only after finishing physics did she leisurely start to look for biology questions. She was best at genetics, and having spent the entire day practicing, she even managed to solve some particularly tricky ones. After finishing all the questions she knew how to do, only chemistry remained. She fell silent for a moment, then looked at the first question. Polycarbonate bisphenol A, with excellent optical properties is prepared by the following reaction. Bai Lian. What is this? Goodbye. It was still early, and she couldn't hand in her paper this much ahead of time. She decisively set the science exam paper aside and took out some draft paper to begin writing down the chemical equations she had reviewed the night before. Jianghu Lai had said there was no need to rush through practice questions for chemistry. First, memorize all the equations. She wrote down all the chemical elements, then wrote everything from the reaction between sodium chloride and sodium hydroxide to the passivation phenomenon. Only after finishing writing, when it was time to hand in the paper, did she go up and submit her answer sheet. In the afternoon, after the English exam was over, nobody from class 15 had left. They were all in the classroom, waiting for Lu Lingxi to come back and take them out for hot pot. Meanwhile, in the principal's office. When Lu Lingxi arrived, the principal was meeting with someone from the Board of Education. Ms. Lu, your timing is perfect, the principal said with a headache as he saw Lu Lingxi and immediately got up. Please tell Director Pan, how is Ning Xiao expected to score in this exam? Director Pan also looked at Lu Lingxi with hope. After pondering for a moment, for she had asked Ning Xiao, she said, he didn't finish the last question in math, it's probably only about 122 points, and he's average in the other subjects. Director Pan was the head of the Office of the Ministry of Education in charge of education in Xianxia. He had also received reports about Beijing's big move. It would be the final joint exam. Hearing that Ning Xiao scored only 122 in math, he was quite worried. That's a big gap, it's doubtful he'll make it into the top 20 of Beijing. There was no way around it. The disparity in educational resources did exist. It was harder for them to get a spot at Jianghu University's app than it was to reach heaven. Even though Beijing High School got 10 spots without having to do anything. What about Chen Zhu? Director Pan remembered him. The principal shook his head. No good, he scored lower than Ning Xiao in this monthly exam. For a while, the atmosphere in the office turned silent once again. The principal picked up his teacup and took a sip, the cold tea sliding down his throat calming him. It seems we can only withdraw from the joint exam. Lu Lingxi looked out the window. We just do our best. She said goodbye and left the office. For a moment Director Pan's energy deflated, and he stood up. I should also. Wait, the principal suddenly thought of something. There's actually another person. Who? Student Bai Lian in the last 2 monthly exams. She was first in both math and physics, full marks, the principal said as he put down his teacup with a clack. 150? Director Pan's eyes lit up. But student Bai Lian, the principal paused. Her chemistry isn't very good. Director Pan's mood suddenly sank, his hesitation palpable. How much did she score in chemistry? 0, the principal said somberly. Ah, that. Director Pan's heart felt as if it had been swept away by the chill of an autumn breeze. Then that's no use. Can she even score higher than those students at Beijing High School in math and physics? You have a point, the principal sighed. The two fell into silence again. Of course. They both thought the monthly exam questions from Xianxia were much easier than the 10 schools joint exam. It wasn't very special for Bai Lian to score full marks in math and physics alone. After all, Ning Xiao and Chen Zhu had also achieved full marks before. But when it came to the 10 schools joint exam, the gap between Ning Xiao, Chen Zhu, and the students from Beijing High School became quite clear. Naturally, they didn't know the 10 schools joint exam questions were indeed very difficult, but could they be harder than the Jianghu preparatory camps app? Bai Lian got 150 in math, 110 in physics for the monthly exam. That was only the limit of the paper, not the limit of her by someone. Chapter 219. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _1A Firepot restaurant next to the school. Lu Lingxi had reserved 3 private rooms in advance. Bai Lian, Xiaohan, and others were all in the first private room, sitting around a large round table where a waitress was holding a menu for people to order. The menu and pen quickly reached Bai Lian. She glanced at the price of the half portion of beef rolls for 38 yuan. Her brow twitched. Then she calmly marked a green vegetable and plain noodles before passing the menu to the next person. Xianxia asked in a low voice, "How many pitchers of beer shall we order?" "No sneaking beer." Lu Lingxi's voice conveniently came from outside the door as she carried in a big bottle of milk and Sprite and placed them on the table. Xianxia. "Lu Mom, we are adults now." Lu Lingxi sneered. "So you think you've grown wings?" "Yes, I've grown wings." Xianxia stood up, slammed the table, and defied Lu Lingxi. "We real men don't drink such childish stuff like milk and Sprite." Then turning to the waitress he said, "Beauty, bring us a bottle, no, 2 bottles of cola." "Ha ha ha. Who is like you?" Wang Qi turned his head away. "At least order a pitcher of beer." "These noticeable packages," said Pu Xiaohan very speechlessly to Bai Lian, "really undermine Lu Mom's sophistication." The waitress, amused by such a group of handsome men and beautiful women in one private room, giggled. All right, I'll bring you 3 bottles, and 1 on the house from our boss, plus a big plate of fruit." "That's too much, your boss will scold you," Pu Xiaohan worried. The waitress blinked. "Shouldn't be a problem, right? If he scolds me, I'll just tell my grandma." She had her grandma to cover her back. Pu Xiaohan exclaimed, "Ah," as she realized that the beauty was working at her family's firepot restaurant. My apologies. Lu Lingxi went to remind the other private rooms as well. Since there were many people and a large volume of dishes, and it was a restaurant, the place was very busy. While waiting for the hot pot at Bai Lian's table, they started playing a game of werewolf kill. It was Ning Xiao and Bai Lian's first time taking part in a class entertainment activity, and everyone was quite excited. Bai Lian had never heard of the game, but after Xiaohan explained it to her and searched it up on her phone for her, Bai Lian more or less understood it. In the first round, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, Xianxia, and the sports committee member each received a werewolf card. Discounting the other 2, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao exchanged looks. They knew the outcome of the game was already decided. Xiaohan was the first to speak. Good person card, no information the first night, waiting for the prophet to come out. The prophet card was held by the cultural committee member. She spoke clearly and logically, but since there were not many others speaking yet, she just called for votes and affirmed Xiaohan's good person identity. Then it was the turn of those who stood out. Xianxia, as the first werewolf to speak, was very righteous. "I am a good person. I believe the cultural committee member is the prophet. Everyone vote with me for the cultural committee member." Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and the sitting good people, 6. As a werewolf card holder, Ning Xiao sacrificed a teammate. Prophet card, the cultural committee member is a werewolf who jumped out aggressively with me. Xianxia is the charge wolf. Let's vote out the aggressive jumper today, and go for the charge wolf tomorrow morning. I'll verify Bai Lian tonight. If she has high intelligence and is a werewolf, she needs to be voted out sooner, and if she is a good person, all the better. Even if I am killed tonight, I believe she can lead the team. Ning Xiao neatly killed himself off that night, giving the sheriff badge to Bai Lian. The god cards and villager cards doubted each other and dragged each other down. Bai Lian wasn't suspected by anyone from start to finish, struck whoever she pointed at, and the werewolf team was invincible. Until the game ended, Yang Lin, who was the witch card, still couldn't believe it, lifting her head to look at Bai Lian, hesitating. Because she trusted Bai Lian's judgment, she poisoned the hunter card. Even after the results were out, she still couldn't believe that the hunter card was a good person. "No way," shouted Wuxia, the hunter card, protesting the injustice, completely bamboozled by Bai Lian's logic. "Bai sister, you and student god are on the same team. How are we, the good people, supposed to play? There's no way around it. I was practically offering myself to be voted out, and you still lost." Xianxia's was excessively smug, not considering it shameful but rather a badge of honor. "That's your own problem." Pu Xiaohan said somberly. "Yeah, you, such a good person." Wang Qi immorally shared this joke with the class group. The people of class 15 were about to die laughing at this good person. Others even tagged Zhang Xi's in the group chat, asking him to change his group nickname to a good person. Chapter 220. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. Underscore 2 Bai Lian didn't really move her chopsticks much, only blanched a few greens she had ordered and leisurely twirled her legs as she ate noodles. Later, it turned out she did the right thing, because Pu Xiaohan was flipping the beef rolls in the pot with public chopsticks, scanning the group. "Whose meat is this?" "Not me." This person's eyes darted away. Zhang Xi's, stroking his stomach, spoke up warily. "Neither is it mine. Your intestines, you eat them." Someone was accusing another. "Don't talk nonsense, this damn thing is clearly your intestines." The group jostled and shoved each other, full of suspicion and blame. Oh, not a single person dared to admit that the meat in the pot was theirs. In the end, Bai Lian and Yang Lin cleared up after everyone, and there was practically no food left in their private room. Lu Lingxi was surprised when she came to check on them. School was still in session on Friday, so after the meal, the group of high school seniors dispersed. As the evening drew in, Lu Lingxi arranged for the students to go home. "Remember to report in the group chat once you're home." Bai Lian and Yang Lin walked at the back. Bai Lian hadn't brought her backpack that day. The hot pot restaurant was warm, and she hadn't put on her school uniform, just casually carrying it. "Do you know where your family's household registration book is?" Yang Lin was slightly startled. She tilted her head, her thick bangs nearly covering her eyes, revealing only her pallid face. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately didn't speak, simply following Bai Lian and continuing to walk slowly forward. Bai Lian seemed to have brought it up casually. There were no further questions after that. Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Shi's house was near the school, and he walked home. Opening the door, he saw Yan Lu and his mother sitting at a table eating. Zhang Shi's dad had been away on a business trip for several days, and he had grown accustomed to his dad being gone for a month at a time. "Taking advantage of my absence, the two of you sneakily enjoyed so much delicious food." Zhang Shi's looked incredulously at the full table of dishes. "Mom!" His mother rarely cooked, to the point that he had to buy breakfast for her every morning even though he got up early. Zhang's mom rolled her eyes and then looked at Yan Lu with a smiling face. "Xiaolu, go ahead and eat, don't mind this fool." She picked up a peeled shrimp for Yan Lu with her own chopsticks. Yan Lu nodded and ate without hesitation, and the two didn't use public chopsticks as they dined. Zhang's mom would ask about her work. The two families had known each other since they were young, and Zhang's mom had always been fond of girls, treating the girl next door, Yan Lu, as her own daughter. After Yan Lu saved 5-year-old Zhang Xi's when she was 9, her treatment was more than 3 times better than his. However, when Yan Lu was 12 and her parents died, Zhang's mom really wanted to adopt her, but she was taken away by distant relatives and rarely returned to Xianxia after that. The relatives were quite wealthy, and Zhang's mom didn't want to hold back Yan Lu's future, so the family sent her away. But they kept in touch over the years. Zhang's mom really wanted Yan Lu to stay now that she had finally returned. However, Yan Lu was now a somewhat famous star, so she had to reluctantly give up on that idea. After dinner, Yan Lu received a phone call from her agent, Sister Xian. "Why didn't you come to tonight's charity dinner?" Sister Xian was very surprised and also troubled. Why do I feel like you have such a grudge against President Liu? He's a shareholder of Time Entertainment and your big boss, an upright and kind-hearted man. Yen Liu, even if you're a germaphobe, you should at least make an appearance for appearance's sake. Yen Liu stood in a garden full of flowers, not knowing which words touched a nerve. Her left hand hanging by her side clenched fiercely into her palm, her eyes filled with intense hatred. I won't go again, sorry, Sister Exon, please find another artist. She abruptly ended the call. Xianxia's eyes was startled when Yen Liu turned around suddenly. He touched his head and then handed her the flower he was holding. Here, Yen sister, these iris flowers just came in today, I picked the prettiest one for you. Beneath the moonlight, the iris flower was as white and pure as snow. Yen Liu looked down at the white iris flower for a long time. Thank you. She gently accepted the flower. After Bai Lian returned, the lights in Jianghu's yard were bright. Director Chen had made sure to switch out for super bright lights for Jianghu, so he could work on his embroidery in the yard even at night. It wouldn't strain the eyes. Lance visited every day to check on the progress of the clothes Jianghu was making for him and incidentally, to wait for Bai Lian to perform acupuncture on him. The clothes he wanted were extremely complex in their craftsmanship. Jianghu had already embroidered 2 golden dragons, and during the daytime, a neighboring aunt who knew embroidery would come to help out, so he was making swift progress. Bai Lian, as usual, finished giving Lance his acupuncture before heading back to her room. She turned on her phone and began searching for traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, practitioner qualification certificates. Getting certified wasn't easy, the first requirement being a diploma from a school of Chinese medicine and having internship experience. The hot pot was served quickly. With over a dozen people at the table, they split into 2 pots. Chapter 221. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _3 She continued to look down, noticing that the Chinese medicine exam consisted of 4 subjects. The first one was the foundational theory of Chinese medicine along with herbal medicine, which wasn't a problem, but then she saw internal medicine of Western medicine. Doom. Bai Lian looked up, pondering that this certificate was not absolutely necessary to pursue. She wasn't really a formal practitioner of Chinese medicine. She had only been taught a few sets of acupuncture by the imperial physician. When she was in the military, she had frequently practiced by giving acupuncture to the soldiers. She searched for acupuncture therapy certification. Not bad. This was a certificate she could accept. Back to WeChat. She noticed an addition to her friend requests, a new person's card. Ma Tongfeng, by classmate. Image, by classmate. Zhang Fulai replied quickly. It's him. Bai Lian went back and clicked to accept the friend request. Ma Tongfeng's online name was his real name. Bai Lian, smile. He must have been busy because it took him 5 minutes to see that Bai Lian had accepted. He hastily replied to her message. Your mathematical and physical logical reasoning are very good. Are you interested in physics? Bai Lian indeed had an exceptional talent in mathematics and logic. In the past, when Bai Zhongyu and Chen Yi were studying at the Imperial College, 16-year-old Bai Zhongyu would coerce 8-year-old Bai Lian to help him with his Imperial College homework. Bai Lian's clerical script was forcibly practiced from that time. When Chen Yi was 15, he skipped school to go horseback riding, and her 2 brothers forcibly dressed her up as a boy and made her go to the Imperial College in place of Chen Yi. Over time, the teachers at the Imperial College all knew she was being tormented by her 2 brothers. They basically turned a blind eye to it. That day's lesson happened to be on Zhou by Xuan Jing, a required course of the Imperial College. She answered the questions fluently. It was the first time Liang Zuan noticed her. That was Bai Lian's first encounter with mathematics, and later on, she also became familiar with the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, the Pythagorean theorem, trigonometry, circle cutting. She knew them all. Even in this world, after she rounded out her knowledge in integral calculus and differential calculus, mathematics and physics were still her strong suits. In her era, mathematics was leading the world, and Bai Lian was always very confident in her culture and in what she learned from Zhou by Xuan Jing. Only chemistry. She was really starting from scratch. Bai Lian, write Ma Tongfeng. Link, he sent Bai Lian 3 links in a row. These are quite interesting, classmate. Dark matter is not at all fun. Quantum mechanics is the real essence, smile. Bai Lian, okay, smile. The two exchanged information amicably, both very satisfied with each other's smiles. All the city-wide joint exam papers were scanned into computers and uploaded to the Beijing education system. Finally, the grading was done uniformly on machines. The rules and regulations were nearly identical to the Gaokao. Everyone would log into the education system to check their scores and rankings. This was also a big event for the Beijing education system. Grading exams would take 3 to 4 days, and the results would be tabulated and ranked by the system. By Monday, everyone could log into the system to check their scores. In most cases, each school would compile and re-rank the scores of their own students. Saturday. Jianghu Music Academy. Bai Qiming and Song Min both accompanied by Xiaoqi to attend the audition for Master Jian's disciples. Among the many candidates were not a few of Jianghu's nobility. Bai Xiaoqi picked up her performance number, and although the three of them could move heaven and earth in Beijing, here, they were no different from ordinary people. Only by jumping out of the fishbowl can one realize how big the world is. Inside sources say that Master Jian's disciples will shrink from 2 to just 1 this year, whispered a beautifully dressed woman ahead, talking with a young man beside her. The young man was shocked. Just 1? Spots were already tight. How come it suddenly changed to only 1? I heard that 1 spot has already been decided. A group of people were discussing the latest news. Bai Qiming quickly turned to Song Min. Do you know about this? It was no secret that Song Min's mother was from Jianghu, and the Song family's information network was always ahead of any in Beijing. I had no idea, Song Min shook his head. The Song family was not all-powerful. In this circle, the information disparity was controlled by a few. The Song family from Beijing just took advantage of the fact that Song Min's mother was from Jianghu. She would know many policies in advance, as well as news about education and economics. However, compared to those who were truly in the upper echelons of Jianghu, the Song family's informational advantage was insignificant. Only 1 spot. Bai Qiming looked at Bai Xiaoqi, knowing the chances were slim but still offering encouragement. Perform well, even if Master Jian doesn't notice you, there will be other teachers who will value you. Bai Xiaoqi went in carrying her instrument. She played a perfect rendition of Master Jian's signature piece, The White-Robed Journey. She was very skillful, and her emotion was exactly right. Several teachers around nodded. Very good, has the makings of a concert master. Master Jian, sitting in the center, also nodded slightly after listening, uttering a ahem, and gave her 80 points. Bai Xiaoqi had always been composed. Hearing this high score, she was overjoyed, showing happiness for the first time. Thank you, teachers. She bowed. Exiting the hall, the looks in Bai Qiming and Song Min's eyes were full of anticipation. She nodded slightly, her demeanor modest yet calm. Master Jian gave me 80 points. He said I have the makings of a concertmaster. It wasn't the highest score of the day, but it was definitely within the top 5 of Master Jian's scores. Many students and parents nearby couldn't help but come over to chat and make friends upon hearing this. 80 points, you're quite impressive. You're sure to get into Master Jian's academy. If she couldn't become his personal disciple, entering his academy was more than sufficient. Suddenly, the previously ignored trio of Bai Xiaoqi were surrounded by many wanting to befriend them and add them as friends. Bai Qiming finally puffed up his chest. He smiled as he added quite a few Jianghu business parents as friends. Then he shared the great news with the Bai family clan. The Bai family clan immediately lit incense and set off firecrackers in the ancestral hall. The clan's great-uncle even offered incense to the ancestors, murmuring a prayer. These 2 siblings are truly dragons and phoenixes among men, bringing great honor to our Bai family. Having their names recorded in the city's history is just around the corner. It was fortunate that you visited them 3 times that day to bring these siblings back, commented the clan leader admiringly. At that time, he had not favored the illegitimate children, but now he had to admit, the great-uncle's vision was extraordinary. You indeed have foresight. The Bai family boasts a top scholar and will soon have an artist as well. You shouldn't have gotten involved when Qiming and Ji Mulan divorced, the great-uncle lectured him. Luckily, Xiaoqi didn't bear a grudge, or else we would have lost out much more. As for Bai Lian and Ji Mulan, they had long been forgotten. Jianghu Music Academy. Bai Xiaoqi received a flood of congratulatory calls and messages from the Bai family. Bai Qiming also sent red packets in the group chats and boasted on his social media. Meanwhile, in the concert hall, Master Jian Zhongyo, waiting for the next performer, couldn't help but take out his phone and sent a private message to a blogger. Hello, did she agree today? Chapter 222, 083 Tremor, Lianlian's Ranking, Second Update. Under 1 nowadays, very few men learn to play the guzheng. Most people seem to equate the guzheng with femininity. But Jian Zhongyo is one of the men who study guzheng, and despite being called effeminate as a child for it, he never allowed others' words to define him. Throughout history, there have always been male figures among the guzheng masters. He rose to fame because of the white robe journey, and from skepticism to the present, his journey has been arduous and long. He understands the piece very well. Today, many students performed the white robe journey, but compared to what he had seen in the video, something was always missing. The video where one eats a big bowl of noodles, the girl playing in it might not be fluent, and her technique could even be considered rusty. But only Jian Zhongyo knew the emotion she poured into this piece. Dazzling, splendid, yet ultimately fading to silence. To make friends through music. If guided properly, Jian Zhongyo believed she could play this piece to perfection. Valuing and loving talent, he was unwilling to give up on such a promising young plant. He would rather inquire daily. One day, he would move this future music academy's prime student. The next student to perform was ready, and Jian Zhongyo put down his phone to listen seriously to the performance. When Pu Xiaohan sent Bai Lian a screenshot of Jian Zongyi's message. Bai Lian had just finished a meeting with the Calligraphy Association. Jianghu Lai was discussing financial issues with Qiu Shuezheng, who had specially interviewed someone to take charge of the association's finances. Bai Lian sat to the side, not quite understanding, so she turned on her phone and worked on practice problems. While replying to Pu Xiaohan, understood. Jianghu Lai sat by the octagon table while Jianghe did not wish to stay with him, learning calligraphy outside with a group of children instead. Qiu Shuezheng flipped through his notes, then suddenly looked up, somewhat excited. They've drawn up a new bus route across the street, and it's going to start service next week. This matter had not been fully announced yet, and many businessmen had bought up a bunch of properties in advance, waiting to sell them after the new bus line opened. Qiu Shuezheng was also privy to this news. Jianghu Lai was not surprised by this information. Xianxia Culture and Tourism Bureau had good planning. He rested his left hand on the table, casually leaning against the chair back, appearing languid yet erect, while flipping through the financial report of the association with his distinctively jointed hand, closing the report. It's almost there, and in the future, there will be high-speed rail too. Ah, really? This news was genuinely new to Qiu Shuezheng. He sat up with a jolt. The thought of Xianxia being connected by high-speed rail was beyond his wildest dreams. Jianghu Lai responded indifferently. He had seen the plan, and the document wasn't issued yet. It was held up in Jiangjing, and very few people knew about it. Jianghu Lai, curious about Xianxia, had asked someone to check it out. He handed the notebook back to Qiu Shuezheng casually. Qiu Shuezheng wanted to ask whether Jianghu Lai had actually read through all those pages of notes. But he truly didn't dare to ask. Jianghu Lai flipped through his phone, which showed several unread messages from Ma Tongfeng. Dean Ma, she is very polite and even sends me smiles. But he had sent Bai Lian several messages about quantum mechanics research, and she had not expressed her views on it. Dean Ma was really anxious. Even Jianghu Lai would occasionally indulge him, painting a pie in the sky, saying he would find him after finishing research on dark matter. Bai Lian, not drawing any pie at all, seemed even more like an old man than he did. Dean Ma, polite and aloof, not much of a talker. Dean Ma, can you ask her what she thinks for me? Jianghu Lai took a casual glance and replied leisurely. How do you know she bought me milk tea today? Image. There was no helping it. Young Master Jiang couldn't find anyone else to show off to. Jiang Xianxia would bring out an even bigger cup of fruit tea. Ming Dongheng simply couldn't understand. Director Chen? He would go fishing with Ji Heng every day and even fraternized with Ji Xiaojun as brothers. Young Master Jiang felt irritated just looking at him. After going through the list, only Dean Ma was left. Dean Ma. On the other end of the phone, Dean Ma was speechless. Is there something wrong with young Master Jiang? After downing a large glass of water to calm himself, Dean Ma, not daring to curse, decided to ask about something else. Did you do something to the affiliated middle school? Jianghu Lai, Dean Ma, they came to me today, asking if there's something wrong with the chemistry and biology question banks that they missed. With one glance, Jianghu Lai knew what was going on. No, I borrowed them to do practice problems. Dean Ma. Great. Even when not in Jianghu, Jianghu could still randomly scare some people to death. Chapter 223, 083 Tremor, Lianlian's Ranking, Second Update. Understood too, the people from the affiliated high school hadn't slept well for 2 days, checking all the problems one by one. Be a person. Thank you. Jianghu put away his phone after replying and glanced at Bai Lian. Shall we take a look next door? Next door was the closed Xingyi martial arts school. It was exactly what Bai Lian wanted. When the two reached the door next door, a dark-skinned middle-aged man was shooing away 2 men in suits. Scram, I'm not selling. It was nearing November, and the weather had turned cool. Most people were wearing coats. The middle-aged man was still in a t-shirt, and when he lifted his arm, the well-defined muscles were visible. His eyes were sharp, and at a glance, one could tell he was a powerful martial artist. He glanced at Bai Lian and Jianghu. Are you here to buy the property too? I'm not selling. No, Hallmaster Jean, Bai Lian just smiled. We just want to see what the old martial arts school looked like. Today was Saturday, and Bai Lian was wearing a light brown pleated skirt with a loose jacket of the same color series, lazy and relaxed, only embroidered with delicate white auspicious cloud patterns at the cuffs and neckline. Her long hair was still casually tied up behind her head. Her appearance was always deceptive, polite and modest, winning the affection of elders. Even Hallmaster Jean was no exception. I haven't been the Hallmaster for a long time. Hallmaster Jean opened the door, letting them in. Feel free to look around. The Xingyi Martial Arts School was much larger than the Calligraphy Association. Upon entering the school, there was a huge practice ground. To the right of the practice ground were 8 rows of wooden posts, 10 in each row, spaced 1 meter apart, with 3 stone tables behind them and stone stools stacked next to them. A large space was left open. In the middle was a 1-meter-wide flagstone path, with grass growing in the cracks between the stones. To the left was a practice ground enclosed by stone bricks, with 2 rows of weapon racks near the surrounding wall where weapons used to be placed, but now they were empty. Following the flagstone path straight ahead, one could see a porch, and walking through it revealed many rooms on both sides. There were changing rooms, meditation rooms, sandbag rooms. Passing this long corridor, one could see the accommodations in the back, with a well. Hallmaster Jean lived in the corner and was drawing water, with huge dormitories on both sides. This indicated how prosperous the martial arts school once was. After looking around, Bai Lian and Jianghu politely said their goodbyes. What do you think? Jianghu opened the gate, slightly bowed his head and asked. Bai Lian shook her head, stretching out her hand to shade the sunlight in front of her eyes, and spoke softly. I'll ask around some more. She still didn't know how the martial arts school had gone under. Monday. All the high schools in Beijing were tallying student scores. Xianxia High School was no exception. The principal had arrived at the school early and convened a meeting with the homeroom teachers. Teacher Lu, as soon as Lu Lingxi arrived, the principal and head of education urged her. Quick, see how many points Ning Xiao from your class got. Lu Lingxi knew they were anxious. Sitting in front of the computer, she logged in with her homeroom teacher ID, retrieved the class student scores, and directly searched for Ning Xiao in the search bar. The page kept spinning. Today, all the high schools in Beijing were pulling up scores, and the Beijing Education Network was clearly overwhelmed. It took nearly a minute to display. Name, Ning Xiao. Subject, score, ranking Chinese, 122, 74 math, 121, 5 English, 131, 109 science comprehensive, 248, 25 total score, 632, rank, 31, 31. The principal was startled by the ranking and couldn't help exclaiming. This ranking showed the overall ranking for the entire Beijing. Last time during the joint exams, Ning Xiao was still ranked outside the top 100, and now he suddenly soared to 31. Could this match up with that international class of Beijing? The director of studies also couldn't help but speak up. They all knew about the international class of Beijing High School, with a total of 40 students, the most competitive school in Beijing, with several students getting into Jianghu University each year. Hearing this, other teachers looked over. How did his grades improve so quickly? Chen Zhu is only ranked 80, right? There had never been a student from Xianxia in the top 50, and today was the first time. A bunch of teachers were extremely excited. Look at his math, top 5. And the natural sciences comprehensive, also in the top 30. 121 points, said the head of the math department while adjusting his glasses. I heard that Song Min got 130 in math. Ning Xiao isn't much behind him. Right, top 5. Not many from the international class of Beijing High School can match Ning Xiao, the director of studies said, looking at the principal with excitement. You ask Director Pan, is this score decent enough? In the next joint exams, will Beijing still provide us with resources? Never had there been a student in Xianxia who ranked in the top 10 in any subject. Ning Xiao was the first. Top 5 in math, what did that mean? Even in Beijing High School, this was 1 in 10,000. The principal knew this, of course, as he stared at the page and called Director Pan, feeling that this time, they might truly have a chance. Lu Lingxi was also startled by Ning Xiao's results. People were congratulating Lu Lingxi with looks of particular envy. Being able to mentor a student who ranked in the top 31 of the whole Beijing, it wasn't just an honor for the school but also for Xianxia. Only the homeroom teacher of Class 8, looking at Lu Lingxi, suddenly spoke up, search for student Bai Lian. Oh! Lu Lingxi snapped back to her senses and started to search for Bai Lian's name. She pressed the enter key. The web page was still loading. The other teachers were much more relaxed than before. Student Bai, her chemistry is a bit weak, not sure how she did in math. Last time she scored 5 points more than Ning Xiao in math. Ning Xiao missed a multiple-choice question. Could she also be in the top 10 in math? One teacher boldly speculated. Most teachers didn't know much about Bai Lian, but they knew she was a girl. I doubt that. I feel Bai is good at Chinese, and this time math was so hard, she can't have scored higher than Ning Xiao. Everyone was guessing casually when Lu Lingxi chuckled. She knew Bai Lian very well. Don't underestimate girls, okay? Just watch. Student Bai Lian might even have a score of 120 in math. After all, it was rumored that Song Min only had 130. Lu Lingxi knew her students well but didn't think about competing with someone like Song Min. As they spoke, swoosh, Bai Lian's results came up. Name, Bai Lian. Subject, score, rank Chinese, 150, 1 math, 150, 1 English, 126, 137 natural sciences comprehensive, 182, 966 total score, 608, rank 97. Beneath the computer screen, these few lines of scores were so clear. The several teachers who were still joking, including Lu Lingxi, were motionless. They just silently looked at the first 2 lines. Chinese, 150, 1 math, 150, 1. The principal, who was on the phone with Director Pan, naturally saw it too and went silent in an instant. The whole classroom was as quiet as could be. For about a minute, the usually refined homeroom teacher of Class 8 quietly uttered a word, damn. Chapter 224. 084 Dimensional Reduction Strike under 1 with his call. A small number of people also came to their senses. Is she that good at math? No, which school did she transfer from? So freakish. Now Beijing High School is going to be interesting. Not to mention the homeroom teacher of Class 8. Even Lu Lingxi was particularly shocked. Just Bai Lian's overall ranking in the top 97 was enough to shock people. Let alone her Chinese and mathematics scores. First place, perfect score, either one would be enough to dominate the field. Lu Lingxi had always known that Bai Lian was very good at Chinese. This time, the classical Chinese reading was obscure, and the essay was even more bizarre. Many students in the school misunderstood the meaning of their essay, seriously deviating from the topic. Bai Lian's 150 in Chinese was beyond her expectation, but not too surprising, for Bai Lian's palace-style calligraphy was a significant bonus. But a 150 in the joint exam for mathematics. In Xianxia, that was simply a science fiction event. She had always thought that Bai Lian's math was on par with Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao's rapid progress in math this time, reaching the top 5 in Beijing, had already blown away all the teachers in the office. And there was Bai Lian, silently dealing everyone a crushing blow. Hello. The principal stopped midway through speaking, and on the other end of the phone, Director Pan, unable to wait for him to finish, couldn't help but speak up, "Why have you stopped talking?" That question brought the principal back to reality. Director Pan, the principal began solemnly. I think not just possibly, but we really have won this time. I think so too, Director Pan was also excited. Ning Xiao has improved too fast. Math in the top 5. Such a talent is in high demand at Beijing High School, right? If Ning Xiao were a senior, he would definitely make it into the provincial team. No, the principal said after hearing him out. There's more news now. Student Bai Lian scored perfect in both Chinese and math. First place. As the principal had anticipated. The voice on the other end of the phone instantly vanished. Director Pan could be heard breathing hurriedly. She scored higher than Song Min? Yes, Song Min got around 130 in math. At this moment, not just Xianxia High School, but also the people in the Education Bureau office were extraordinarily excited. Director Pan hung up the phone, his eyes sparkling. Contact Beijing Education Bureau, and I remember Jianghu University has a liberal arts-focused recruitment program, right? Since the top scholar from Beijing was admitted to Jianghu University last year, it was all over the news. This year, all major colleges had heard of Song Min, and if there were no dark horses from Beijing next year, he was the certain top scorer, especially in math. Before today, no one thought that anyone could surpass him in math. Yet, Bai Lian rose unexpectedly in this joint exam. As for poor performance in science? Not a big issue. Jianghu University's liberal arts-focused recruitment program is designed for candidates with uneven academic strengths. Xianxia had never seen anyone admitted to Jianghu University before, so if they had the first one, they couldn't even begin to imagine how sensational it would be. Lu Lingxi printed the results and returned to class 15. The answer sheets were handed in to be scanned by the school, which had not yet been distributed, but their exam papers had not been handed in. The first period was Lu Lingxi's Chinese class. Most of the students did not do well on the Chinese exam, so she did not announce the grades but instead analyzed the papers. After finishing a period, her mood had finally eased. She called Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to the office to discuss their scores with them. This was the principal's request, to prevent them from getting too excited. The principal, unable to stop smiling, said, Students, do you know how much you scored? Ning Xiao, you are 5th in Beijing for math, and in the overall top 30. And you, Bai Lian, are even more impressive, 1st in Beijing for math. He rattled off everything. But he found the two in front of him unresponsive. Oh, Ning Xiao looked up, his tone quite calm. Always somber, Ning Xiao raised his eyebrows, emanating an air of melancholy, his voice devoid of any excitement or joy. Wearing a simple school uniform, Bai Lian with her clear and shallow eyes was more composed than Ning Xiao. I understand, thank you, Principal. Principal. He couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Lingxi. What's going on here? Look, did you two not hear what I said? The principal tried to explain. Ning Xiao, you are 5th in math in Beijing, and Bai Lian, you scored perfect in both Chinese and math, 1st in Beijing. Ning Xiao turned aloof. He nodded slightly, showing he understood. Yes. Perfect in Chinese and math. I heard it, thanks, Principal. Bai Lian recalled chemical formulas, then replied unhurriedly. Principal. Chapter 225. 084 Reduction Strike Under 2. Lu Lingxi looked at the two children and couldn't help but smile, telling them to go back to class. Once they had left, the principal finally turned to Lu Lingxi, looking particularly disheveled. It's just Teacher Lu, those two students. What's going on? They don't look happy at all. Aren't they excited? Didn't they know what these results meant? Of course, the principal didn't understand. Ning Xiao had the apps exercises, and every weekend Zhang Fulai would go to the library to teach them the more challenging problems, and then there was Bai Lian, whose explanations were even more meticulous than Zhang Fulai's. Ranked 5th in Beijing. These results were impressive in Xianxia and Beijing. But Ning Xiao knew that if young Master Zhang discovered he scored only around 120 on the joint exam, even failing to answer a major question entirely, he would definitely be scolded. This wasn't an exaggeration. Apart from Tang Ming, he was the worst student young Master Zhang had ever taught. Happy, excited? Right now, Ning Xiao was only worried about whether he'd be scolded tonight. He was in no mood for joy or excitement. As for Bai Lian, she had initially stood out among the many talents of the great Yong dynasty, accepted as a disciple by Liang Zuan in a special exception. Even today, people say of her, The great Yong dynasty owes her a position as the top scholar. Would she care about this? The two left with ease. The principal truly couldn't understand it, and turning to Lu Lingxi he said, I didn't even get to tell them about the One Chong plan. The One Chong plan was specifically designed by Jianghu University for students with special talents. It involved interviews and written exams between October and November each year. And those who passed could be admitted to Jianghu University with a 50-point deduction from their college entrance exam scores. If they performed exceptionally well, the reduction could be even greater. The principal had come specifically for this One Chong plan. But the reaction of these two students baffled him, and he let them go without saying a word about it. They're about to have class, said Lu Lingxi, more composed than the principal. After a moment's thought, she added, I'll have a good talk with them at noon. That works. The principal was dizzy with confusion. Suddenly he felt, even if he had mentioned the One Chong plan to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao just now, their reactions would probably have been the same. Oh. Thank you, principal, I understand. Thinking about this, the principal couldn't help but wipe his face. After all, it was best to leave such matters to Lu Lingxi. Beijing High School. International class. This class consisted of all top students. Competition created pressure, so when the results were released, the homeroom teacher immediately posted the printed score sheet on the left side of the blackboard. As soon as the scores came out, it wasn't Song Min and the others who were concerned, but rather a group who had privately placed bets. A bunch of them crowded to the left side of the blackboard to see the latest development in the math competition. From top to bottom, the homeroom teacher posted everyone's scores and overall rankings according to their positions. The first one was Song Min name, Song Min subject, score, ranking Chinese, 131, 5 math, 130, 2 English, 142, 3 science composite, 275, 1 total score, 678. 1 Song Min's deskmate wasn't surprised by Song Min's overall ranking. He just looked at Song Min's math score, turned around, and let out a tragic cry. Brother Min, I admire you for scoring 130 on this kind of paper, but you've really disappointed me. The first place is actually Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you couldn't have gotten 135 in math, could you? Most were startled to see that Song Min was second in math and began to exclaim. Aside from the major joint exams, Beijing High School had a monthly exam for the 10 schools in Beijing. In mathematics, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi consistently ranked second and first respectively, a tradition at Beijing High School. Only a very few instinctively looked for Bai Xiaoqi's ranking, name, Bai Xiaoqi subject, score, ranking Chinese, 133, 4 math, 126, 3 English, 137, 20 science composite, 259, 9 total score, 655, 3, hey, he blurted out subconsciously. It's not Xiaoqi who's first either, her math is third. At this exclamation, not to mention those grouped on the left side of the blackboard, even the normally focused Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi turned to look in that direction. Song Min stood up frowning. She's third? Yes. Who in our class had an exceptional performance, even surpassing Brother Min? Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged glances. They both pushed back their chairs and walked to the left side of the podium to check the scores. The crowd whooshed aside, making way for Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi to view their math scores, then continued looking downward. The class had a 4th place, a 6th place, but no first place. Others were also wondering where the first place might be, because no one in international class had ever considered that this math first place could belong to someone else. Yet, it was nowhere to be found. Aside from the two of them, the highest was 4th place, with 123 points. So, where was the first place? Without mention of first, where was 5th place? Beijing High's international class was the most competitive in all of Beijing and had the strongest teaching staff, especially since the international class homeroom teacher, a math teacher, had previously coached several IMO potential candidates. Chapter 226. 084 Dimensional Reduction Strike Under 3. The class had nearly swept the top 10 in the province for math. Who exactly is in first place? Song Min's deskmate touched his head, incredulous. Min bro, your 130 is already freakish, but someone's even more freakish? How many points did they have to score? I'm going to find the homeroom teacher, Song Min decided on the spot. The homeroom teacher of the international class was in the office. He had applied to review the answer sheet of that top student as soon as the scores were released. Soon, the staff called him, saying the test paper had been retrieved. The answer sheet was retrieved from the machine, and to ensure fairness and justice, it did not display the school or the name. The homeroom teacher of the international class only saw a clean, neatly arranged test paper. All the multiple-choice questions were correct. All the fill-in-the-blank questions were correct. He paused for a moment, took the mouse, and clicked through to the major questions this student had answered. There were a total of 5 major math questions, and the first 3 were still fine. He had spent an entire weekend figuring out the last 2 questions and had even cross-referenced the answers. These 2 questions were beyond the syllabus of the international class, so he even prepared detailed explanations against the answers, to make sure the students would understand. But seeing this student's answers, he even felt a sense of, so that's another way to solve it. The approach was different from the answers, and this student's method was even clearer and easier to understand. Pristine standard, every step of the reasoning was clearly written. 150. Perfect score. At first, he didn't know what the top score was and thought the other person was only a point or 2 above Song Min. He wondered who this dark horse was, but he never imagined it would be 150, a perfect score. Where on earth did this guy come from? Cheating? The homeroom teacher of the international class hadn't even considered it. Not to mention the answer was different from the standard answer. The clarity of the logical process alone let him see the student's potential value. Principal, the homeroom teacher of the international class directly called the school principal. The Education Bureau can pull up information on the person who came first in math, right? Send me that guy's data. By the time Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi arrived, the homeroom teacher had just hung up the phone. I knew you two would come, the homeroom teacher took a deep breath. That first place, 150, Song student, by student, I can only say that you two didn't lose unfairly this time. 150? Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi exclaimed simultaneously. The homeroom teacher nodded. Yes, with a score that terrifying, I think this guy's math might even match those from Jianghu Affiliated Middle School. The name, Jianghu Affiliated Middle School, might be very foreign to others. But the people from number 1 high school were well aware. Are you talking about Liang Wuyu and them? Song Min asked, almost in astonishment. Even with his confidence, he had never thought about comparing himself with Liang Wuyu and his peers. That was a natural gap. After all, the Liang family were top educational aristocrats, and the resources they had access to were different from the outset. But Song Min had also never imagined that this person with a 150 score would be so highly regarded in the eyes of the homeroom teacher. To be mentioned in the same breath as Liang Wuyu? Teacher, who is he exactly? Song Min couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Still checking. Bai Xiaoqi recovered her composure, her demeanor always elegant and her appearance lovely, finding it strange. If his math is that good, why didn't he make it into the top 10 overall scores? After all, the top 10 overall were from their class. He might be lopsided in his studies, the homeroom teacher explained. That was plausible, but for the time being, neither Song Min nor Bai Xiaoqi had the mind to worry about how this person was lopsided in their studies. Because that score of 150 had both of them utterly disconcerted. When they returned to report to the class, and everyone heard the score of the first place, most of them exchanged looks. First place, 150. Second place, 130. Third place, 126. Some thoughts they dared not voice out loud. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction assault? Since when did such an incredible person appear? The homeroom teacher of the international class was also pondering this question until he finally received a phone call from the staff. The information and scores of the first-place student had been found. Teacher, it has been sent to your email. The homeroom teacher quickly ended the call and logged into his email, indeed finding a new message. He clicked it open right away. The score of the student who had executed the dimensionality reduction assault sprang into his view. Chapter 227, 085 Can't Afford to Provoke, Second Update. Under 1, the information provided by the Education Bureau was precise, from the school to the homeroom teacher. Name, Bai Lian Class, Xianxia No. 1 High School, Senior Year Class 35 Homeroom Teacher. Lu Lingxi Student ID, 20145. Subject, Score, Rank Chinese, 150. 1 Mathematics, 150. When the homeroom teacher of the international class spotted the two rank 1 students in the first 2 rows at a glance, he refocused on the name column, Bai Lian. This name, he frowned, is identical to that Bai family member. The Bai family had previously used their connections to send Bai Lian into his class, where she became the laughingstock on the first day of school. In high school already, she knew nothing when asked, hindering the progress of the international class. He couldn't stand it for a day and immediately transferred her to the liberal arts class. It must be a coincidence in names. It was unexpected that she was also a girl. Her mathematics was genuinely good. Only 182 in science comprehensive. The homeroom teacher glanced at the score, feeling less threatened. That was nearly 100 points lower than Song Min's. The international class homeroom teacher never believed this could be the Bai Lian he knew. He was aware that the Bai Lian he knew had been expelled for cheating, and as for where she went afterwards, how could he possibly care about that? Xianxia No. 1 High School. The principal was almost ready to hold a banner celebration for the 2 students. Good, good. Let's continue with the joint exams. I will announce this good news to everyone, the principal said in his office after hanging up the phone from the education bureau. He saw Lu Lingxi, finished speaking, and then hung up. Teacher Lu, the principal's smile did not fade. The joint examination for the top 10 schools is not cancelled. This was no surprise to the principal or Lu Lingxi. Bai Lian's sudden emergence was likely unforeseen by the schools in Beijing. They thought that the other schools had almost no impact on the top 10 rankings and were dragging the progress of the joint exams, which is why they decided to cancel. Now talk about dragging progress? No impact on the rankings? Upon seeing that 150 score, the heads of the top 10 schools dared not speak another word. I asked, Bai Lian does not want to participate in the One Chong plan. Lu Lingxi sat across from the principal, slightly contemplating. Lu Lingxi remained calm. Bai Lian said she doesn't like any of the 10 majors offered by the One Chong plan. Principal. I mean to actually pick and choose among Jianghu University's offerings? Since getting to know Bai Lian, the principal felt he had gained much insight. Class 15. Bai Lian pulled out 2 practice books to start solving problems. She was mainly working on biology, leaving chemistry to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming while she finished with biology before swapping with them. Making the most of everything. After school in the afternoon, Tang Ming, mingling with a group from class 15, was also very anxious. God of fortune, don't you think you scored a bit too high? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, her eyes exceptionally clear and cold. Could it be that you scored too low? Tang Ming. Pu Xiaohan was taking photos on her phone for materials, and Zhang Xiai's looped his arm around Tang Ming's shoulder, taller than him, like brothers. You hang out with our class every day, why don't you transfer to class 15? Tang Ming was in no mood to joke with Zhang Xiai's, just making a bitter face. Don't ask me first. When they arrived at Mother Zhang's flower shop, Zhang Xiai's went his separate way from Bai Lian's group. He stroked his chin, watching Tang Ming and Ning Xiao's retreating figures. What's up with these two? They look like they're preparing for a heroic sacrifice? Before he could figure it out, his mother, holding a watering can, knocked him on the head. What are you dazing about? Hurry up and deliver the prawns I made to Xiaolu. Library. 2nd floor. Bai Lian sat with her legs crossed, spreading out her books, then took out her error notebook, flipped open the tip of the pen with one hand, appearing lazy and casual. Across from her, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were not so relaxed. Jiang Fulai sat beside Bai Lian, his left hand resting on the table, leaning slightly forward with his right hand holding the math and science papers Bai Lian had given him. He scanned them from beginning to end. After spending 3 minutes scanning, he laid the papers on the dark brown tabletop, his fingers clearly defined pressing down on the paper, looked up, his face pale yet sharp. 121.95? His tone was unhurried. Those were Ning Xiao's math and physics scores. Ning Xiao straightened up. Yes. Did you take a nap during the exam? Master Jiang genuinely inquired. Ning Xiao. I didn't. Then I truly don't understand. Master Jiang glanced at the paper, sneered. How you could lose 30 points on such an exam? Remember, the human brain is meant to be used. Ning Xiao. Just curse his slow thinking and not being quick enough in calculations. Jiang Fulai's gaze turned to Tang Ming. Tang Ming quickly sat up straight, nervously awaiting Master Jiang's critique. Chapter 228. 085 Can't Afford to Provoke, second update. Under 2 however, when Jianghu looked at him upon reaching Tang Ming, he just sneered and said nothing more. Mr. Jiang, Tang Ming started to speak timidly. Jianghu raised his hand. Since I've taught you, don't call me Mr. Jiang. Tang Ming, cack whimper, whimper. He's not John von Neumann, possessing a mighty brain, studying mathematics at 3, mastering calculus at 8, finishing undergraduate studies by 10. He's just an average top student. There is indeed a barrier between geniuses. All day today, Tang Ming had been showered with praise from the homeroom teacher and other subject teachers. After all, his progress had been remarkable. Chen Zhu only scored 110 in math. In the past, Tang Ming wouldn't have dared to dream of such a day. Yet here, young Master Jiang didn't even bother to scold him. Of course the people Jianghu often criticized were all of the same type as he Wen, the distinguished alumnus of Jiangjing University. When it came to Tang Ming, young Master Jiang truly didn't know where to begin with his criticism. After all, most of the questions in the papers were as easy as 1 + 1 to him. With Tang Ming's score of 111, Jianghu only wanted him to disappear from his sight right now, immediately. If President Ma found out that someone he had taught scored like this in mathematics. Thinking of this, his gaze turned coldly towards Tang Ming once again. Mr. Jiang, Bai Lian twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Jianghu. His math is now ranked 3rd in the school. Jianghu took the water, subconsciously. Are there only 3 people who took the test? Bai Lian, Jianghu. He glanced at Bai Lian, silently took a sip of the mineral water. Don't you have to go to the hospital to visit your aunt? Young Master Jiang changed the subject. Bai Lian unhurriedly retracted her gaze, started to pack her things, and spoke with a nonchalant tone. Just 3 people taking the exam? She countered. Jianghu. On the other side, Jiang looked up solemnly at Jianghu. Sister is first, he said. After the 3 left, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao finally came back to their senses. Tang Ming was acutely aware of the long road ahead. Across from him, Ning Xiao also lowered his head in reflection. Knowing ever since he found out that Bai Lian only slept 5 hours a day, he had been far too relaxed. With Jianghu and Bai Lian around, yet being unable to outperform Song Min in math was truly unacceptable. Xianxia Central Hotel. Xianxia brought a lunchbox to Yan Lu. Yan Lu was staying in room 1205 of the hotel. When Xianxia arrived, Yan Lu hadn't come back yet. He sent a message to Yan Lu, and Yan Lu told him to leave the lunchbox at the door. She would be back later. Xianxia set down the lunchbox, but saw a letter half stuffed through the door crack, with what appeared to be bloodstains on the envelope. Knowing that Yan Lu had many cyberbullies, he frowned. He took out the envelope and left the lunchbox as he went out. After returning to the flower shop, Zhang's mom learned about his exam results, and almost hit him with a kettle. Xianxia agilely retreated to his room and shut the door. He opened his phone to find someone to play games with in the class group chat. In the wait to group up for the game, he thought of the cyberbully and pulled out the envelope from his pocket. Snap! 4 photographs fell to the ground. Xianxia stared at the photos that had landed on the tiled floor, stunned. Clearly, the photos had been captured from some videos. Even though he was alone in the room, he swiftly picked up the photos and clamped them down on the table. Each photo had a line of words written on the back. You think you can escape me? Come here at 11 tonight. You wouldn't want these videos to appear online, would you? There was an address left. Xianxia felt his head buzz, everything crashing down. Good guy, why aren't you hitting ready? From the phone, the voices of Wang Qi and the others came through. Xianxia lifted his head, his normally sunny handsome face now covered with a layer of gloom, like a clear sky obscured by dark clouds, oppressive and suffocating. The blood-stained white envelope was crumpled in his grip. Veins on his forehead and arms stood out. He abruptly raised his hand and wiped his eyes. After a while, he pulled open the door and left. I wonder if Xiaolu ate well. Zhang's mom was pruning a pot of flowers, hearing the door open but not looking back. 15 in physics, just wait until your dad comes back and see how he scolds you, she murmured. Normally, Xianxia would come over to help her trim the flowers and ask her not to tell his dad. Today, however, Xianxia was very silent. He put on a black baseball cap and also took out a pot full of white iris flowers from the bucket. The snow-colored iris flowers, in bunches, were very elegant. Xianxia's wrapped up an entire large bunch. Chapter 229, 085 Can't Afford to Provoke, Second Update. _3 Xiangqing Hotel Room 1205. Knocking. Inside, Yen Lu was taking a shower in the bathroom. Knowing her propensity for cleanliness, her sister knew it would be a long one. She opened the door to find a tall, handsome young man standing outside. "Ah, are you, little brother Zhang?" Xiangxi's eyes did, after all, represent the face of the male students at Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Her sister recognized Xiangxi's and called out to the bathroom, "Yen Lu, little brother Zhang has come to see you." Bathroom. Yen Lu's hand shook, and the razor blade slipped from her wrist. She quickly stood up from the water, dried herself off, and got dressed before coming out. With her tall stature and long legs, she wore the hotel's slippers as she came out, drying her hair along the way. "What are you doing here instead of doing homework at home?" "Just received a bouquet of flowers," Xiangxi's chuckled, taking out a large bunch of iris flowers from behind him and handing them to Yen Lu. "I brought them to you." The motion of Yen Lu drying her hair came to a halt. She looked down at the bunch of pure white irises, glistening with water droplets. It took her a while to hesitate before she reached out and took them. "Thank you." Xiangxi's reached out and gave Yen Lu a very light hug for the first time, speaking softly, "Yen Lu, it's going to be all right." After speaking, he pulled his cap down. He turned and walked out the door. The door closed behind him. Only then did Yen Lu's sister turn around with a stunned expression, looking at Yen Lu holding the flowers, and she couldn't help but doubt. "You're faking your germophobia, aren't you?" Yen Lu ignored her, put the flowers away, and went back to the bathroom to throw the razor blade in the trash can. The next day, Bai Lian arrived at school, and Pu Xiaohan asked her usual daily question. After receiving a negative response, she relayed the message to Dean Jian. "Looks like this good person is going to be late again today." Just before class started, Xiangxi's still hadn't arrived, prompting Pu Xiaohan to glance at his empty desk with a raised eyebrow. Him being late was the norm for class 15. Bai Lian opened her book, not surprised by this either. However, today was out of the ordinary for everyone, as Xiangxi's didn't come to school at all. Even Lu Lingxi had no idea what the specific situation was. In the evening, after school, Bai Lian and a few others, including Pu Xiaohan, decided to inquire at his mother's flower shop. Zhang's family lived above the flower shop, but the shop had not opened that day either. There was a backyard. Pu Xiaohan glanced at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, holding a phone in one hand and a question bank in the other, gestured with a nod of her chin. Pu Xiaohan understood the signal and began to knock on the backyard door. "Aunt Zhang, are you home?" "I'm Pu Xiaohan, Zhang Shi's classmate." Zhang's family living room. Yen Lu sat on the couch in a daze. Next to her, Zhang's mother's head was buried in her knees, her expression obscured. Of the three women, only her sister was somewhat composed, pacing the living room. "Yen Lu, you." She initially wanted to ask Yen Lu about Zhang Shi's connection with Mr. Lu. But seeing Yen Lu's expression of total despair, she couldn't bear to press the question. "I'm going to look for the Lu family." Yen Lu suddenly stood up, a cigarette unlit in her hand and her eyes cast downward, "and see what they want to do about this." "You're just going to go like that? Don't you know what kind of people are in the Lu family?" Her sister shook her head, like scolding Yen Lu back to reality. "What's most important right now is to seek the other party's letter of forgiveness as soon as possible, and then find a lawyer to sue." Knocks at the backyard door interrupted her. She looked toward Zhang's mother, those people outside. Zhang's mother's gaze was vacant as she looked up, as if coming back to her senses only now. "Yes, they're classmates of Aze, their class has good relationships." Xiangxi's had missed a day of school, and Bai Lian and the others must have come to inquire about his situation. Her sister opened the door and saw several people in Xiangqing No. 1 middle school uniforms. "Classmates, little brother Zhang has some issues and needs to take some time off," her sister said with a smile. "Something's happened?" Bai Lian, holding her phone, squinted at Yen Lu's sister with a casual smirk. Yen Lu's sister met Bai Lian's gaze, and under any other circumstances, she would certainly have asked Bai Lian if she wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but now wasn't the time. She nodded. "Yes, I'm helping them look after the shop, so you all better go home and do your homework." She closed the door. and let out a sigh of relief. The girl just now was good-looking, with a seemingly casual expression, but those dark eyes made one feel completely exposed. I sent them away. Yen Lu's sister returned to the living room, and her phone finally rang. The other two looked at her anxiously. She answered, and it was Time Media calling. She had contacted them first thing in the morning, and all three had been waiting for a reply. Little Exon, I can't handle this matter. Forget about getting a lawyer. You should also find a chance to extricate yourself as soon as possible. You know what the Xinming family is like. Lu Exon had even managed to arrange a meeting with that person from the Su family. How bold you must be to mess with the Lu family. The other party hung up after speaking. Calls back went unanswered. Yen Lu's sister looked at the nervous Yen Lu and Zhang's mother and sadly chuckled. Lu Xin's father has already arrived in Xianxia, and the Lu family's background is not that clean to begin with. His son is now in the ICU. Not to mention, Mr. Su is also in Xianxia. Mr. Su. Zhang's mother lifted her head, her voice hoarse, hearing the name Mr. Su for the first time. Mr. Su, even the Lu family has to curry favor with him. He's from Jianghu, those people have enormous power, even our boss might not dare to intervene, we and them. Being in the entertainment industry, Yen Lu's sister was the clearest about these things as she shook her head. You have to be prepared, little brother Zhang's case. We might all be unable to extricate ourselves. Her sister had sent those students away moments ago, without saying much. Firstly, there were already enough people involved, and the few decent ones left in her circle were distancing themselves from them. She feared involving the students as well. Secondly, this matter was complicated, and not a single person from Time Media dared to touch it, so it was futile to talk to those students. Chapter 230, 086 The Grandpa with Secrets, Top-notch legal team under one alien. Outside, Pu Xiaohan watched Xinming close the back door and couldn't help but look at Bai Lian. Something feels weird. Bai Lian looked up at the doorframe, her phone idly twirling in her hand. Not sure, she gripped her phone tightly, pausing to think. You go home first, ask around. When the students from class 15 left, they did not have the same ease as when they arrived. But no one from class 15 could have imagined. What sort of thing could the usually sunny Xianxias have done? At worst, it might be a family emergency, the most serious being Xianxi's falling ill, or perhaps a car accident. Pah! Pu Xiaohan slapped herself in the face. Such a jinx. That was what most people in class 15 thought. Bai Lian took the opportunity to visit her aunt in the hospital. Jianghu had only come by during the afternoon to bring Shenqing chicken soup. It was ill-timed, as Su En and Ji Mulan were there, and the room was filled with the health supplements they had brought. Seeing Bai Lian arrive, Su En greeted her with a smile. Alien is off school. It was all very typical. He always knew how to keep a proper distance in his dealings with others. He never crossed the line. Bai Lian didn't have much animosity toward him, but that was about it. With Ji Mulan standing beside her, Bai Lian just hummed in response, the most courtesy she was willing to show. Mr. Su, what brings you here tonight? Ji Xiaojun had just finished teaching not long ago and poured water for Ji Mulan and Su En. Today, they hadn't made use of Bai Lian. Mainly because Ji Xiaojun felt Bai Lian had animosity toward Ji Mulan, and he was afraid Bai Lian would splash water on Ji Mulan's face. Su En smiled. After exchanging routine greetings with Shenqing, he reflected a moment. One of my business partners is in ICU, I'm going to see him later. I see, Ji Xiaojun nodded, not prying further. Then you should go quickly. Su En also knew that Ji Mulan and Bai Lian, mother and daughter, didn't get along well. He wasn't clear about the past between the two, but he could feel that Ji Mulan's attitude toward Bai Lian had been problematic for some time. After he left with Ji Mulan, Ji Xiaojun turned to Bai Lian, gesturing for her to help herself to some water. You and your mother. He wondered if there was any possibility of reconciliation between them. After all, they were mother and daughter. Now, Ji Mulan's relationship with Ji Hung was somewhat mended. Stop, Bai Lian couldn't stand hearing about Ji Mulan, placing her workbook on the table. Uncle, I came to see my aunt. To others, it seemed there wasn't much of an issue between Bai Lian and Ji Mulan. But only Bai Lian knew the original Bai Lian was already dead. Dead in the icy cold lake. Ji Xiaojun silently watched Bai Lian sit by Shenqing's bedside, instinctively checking Shenqing's pulse. Shen Qing even gave him a white-eyed look, annoyed at his meddling. Ji Xiaojun then turned to make Bai Lian a cup of tea. His familial bonds were thin, Ji Mulan was his sister, and he couldn't let go. Alien, your grandfather said you've been going to bed past midnight and getting up before 6? Shen Qing could now sit up and lean against the headboard, her head swathed in bandages. Her voice was becoming stronger as well. In short, she was recovering very well. Ji Hang had woken up in the night to use the bathroom and saw that Bai Lian's window was still open. That day, he came over worriedly to discuss this matter. So, on behalf of Ji Hang, Shen Qing spoke, "Your health is important. We can take our time. There's no rush this year." Bai Lian withdrew her hand, looked up still in her school uniform with an unzipped jacket revealing her white shirt underneath, and said to Shen Qing with a voice both soft and slow, "But I need to study, Aunt." Shen Qing. Right, studying is most important, but try to go to bed by midnight if you can. Ji Xiaojun placed the tea to one side, listening and utterly speechless. Is this how you persuade someone? After seeing Shen Qing, Bai Lian went back home, as she still had Lance waiting for her at home. After she had left, Ji Xiaojun glanced at Shen Qing. Dad asked you to persuade her not to indulge her. Why don't you say it then? Shen Qing leaned against the headboard. Ji Xiaojun was even less helpful than Ji Hang. Before Bai Lian could speak, he likely would be the one to start saying, "It's okay, alien, whatever time you study until it's fine, your uncle will stay up with you." Ji Xiaojun opened his mouth. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know where to start. Illogical. He could only bury his head and go to the bathroom to fetch water for Shen Qing. Outside the ICU at the hospital. At the age of 60, Liu's father looked into the glass room at Lu Xinming with a fierce gaze. "No matter who it is, I want them dead. Get me Zhao Jingzhou, even if it costs 10 times more." Chapter 231. 086 The Grandpa with Secrets. Top-notch legal team _2 Zhao Jingzhou, the top legal team of Thai media. Originated from Red Circle firm. Always unbeaten. He was extremely popular online and had never lost a case. The least successful outcome was a settlement between both parties. "Director Liu, we are already in contact," a person beside whispered. "President Su has arrived." As they were speaking, the elevator door opened, and Suan followed by Ji Mulan walked over from the end of the corridor. Director Liu put on a mournful expression. "President Su, thank you for remembering my son at this critical time. Rest assured, I will handle his affairs on his behalf, and it will definitely not delay your important matters." Director Liu, company affairs can be put aside. After shaking hands, Suan looked at the familiar ICU. What exactly happened to Director Liu? Is he still in danger? While they were talking, the deputy director came for the rounds. He was carrying the medical record, and looking at Director Liu he said, "Mr. Liu, we have tried our best. The perpetrator was very cruel, and the success rate is less than 10%. You need to transfer to another hospital quickly." Director Liu had already sent the medical information to Beijing Hospital. Beijing Hospital gave the same response. As for why they were still at Xianxia Hospital, didn't your hospital have a similar case before that was successfully operated on? Director Liu stared at the doctor. Beijing Hospital said it's better to stay here than to transfer. Hearing this, the deputy director was taken aback. He subconsciously looked towards Suan. Suan had also been present during Shen Qing's case. Director Liu noticed the deputy director's glance and quickly looked at Suan. "President Su, you." "This matter," Suan also felt troubled. "I don't know that doctor." Ji Mulan looked at Director Liu and tugged on Suan's sleeve. "Just ask Alien for me, she's still having tea with my dad every day." Director Liu gratefully looked at Ji Mulan, then made as if to kneel down. "President Su, I beg you, please save my son. He has done so much charity work and to be harmed by a thug." "Hey Director Liu, please don't be like this." Suan knew Lu Xinming was a well-known philanthropist online, having donated a lot to orphanages. "I will do my best, and if there's a chance, I will help you make contact." The deputy director said on the side. "However, even if that gentleman comes now, the success rate is still very low." The person who beat up Director Liu was clearly aiming for his life. It was also because the Liu family was wealthy and lucky that just before, Jianghu had shipped in a batch of medical equipment. All sorts of devices were keeping him alive, otherwise, he would have died that very night in any other place. Jiheng's courtyard. When Bai Lian returned, it was almost dark. Lance still had not left. Jianghu had stayed here last night, and at the moment, he was squatting beside Jiheng, watching Jiheng sew clothes. In just over a week's time, Jiheng and the neighbor lady took turns tirelessly, and finally completed all the embroidery patterns. This was also because of Jiheng's exquisite craftsmanship. There was almost no need to unpick and redo the stitching. If it were someone else, it would take at least half a month to finish the embroidery. This is really amazing. Bai Lian returned to see Lance praising the nearly finished garment. Amazing. Bai Lian looked at that robe. With a deep blue satin base, it reflected light under the large lamp. The garment was about 130 centimeters long, and the hem of the robe was embroidered with layers of wave patterns, one layer blue, one layer yellow, another red, then blue again. This continued for more than a dozen layers. Above the wave patterns were embroidered auspicious clouds. The first 3 colors of the auspicious cloud patterns were very small, and the crepe myrtle patterns spread out at the hem, matching the sleeve cuff in color and pattern. From the collar to the middle of the robe, however, there were numerous dragons embroidered on a gold and red base, with gaps filled with different colored patterns, the flowers that Lance liked. Although it looked gaudy, yet it possessed a unique style. Upon seeing it, Lance couldn't take his eyes off it. Let me try it on. He took off his flamboyant jacket and couldn't wait to try on the robe. Bai Lian came out of the room with the silver needle and saw Lance wearing the robe. He wasn't very adept with the button loops, so Jiheng helped him fasten them. Lance was used to being out of tune on a regular day. Floral pants, floral shirts. Today's robe still featured his favorite colors, but the deep blue satin and the exquisite embroidery made the otherwise gaudy flowers appear like a piece of fine craftsmanship. Jianghu sat on the side, watching Lance transformed and marveling. He was astonished at how Lance had gone from a disco old man to a handsome old man with a change of style. Not bad. Bai Lian slowly pulled out a silver needle and gave her assessment. With her discerning eye, she could naturally see that Jiheng was not only a master of embroidery, but the materials he had chosen for Lance's garment were also top-notch. Chapter 232. 086 The Grandpa with Secrets. Top-notch legal team under 3 It's just. Bai Lian glanced at the warehouse. The fabrics in Jiheng's warehouse were almost all very precious. Where did he get them from? Yeah. Lance put on the robe and didn't want to take it off anymore. He sat down on the chair, signaling to Bai Lian to just sew for him like that. Wash. He was not willing to take it off to wash for the time being. Do you want one too? Jiheng wrapped the embroidery needle in oil paper, and when he looked up, he saw that Jianghu was full of amazement. Jianghu usually didn't talk. But after Jiheng spoke, his eyes clearly lit up significantly. Jiheng opened the oil paper again. What pattern do you like? Before asking, Jiheng hadn't thought he would get an especially absurd answer. After all, aside from Lance, everyone else he knew, including Bai Lian, had quite normal aesthetic preferences. Until he heard Jianghu's response, he had never imagined he would hear this kind of answer. Cabbage. Jiheng. What? Jianghu looked up, worried that Jiheng hadn't heard him, and gestured with his hand. I want a big cabbage. In Jiheng's mind flashed 1, 2, 3 big cabbages. Really? He was very relieved that his granddaughter had a very normal aesthetic preference. Otherwise, surrounded by the tastes of people like Jianghu and Lance, he would one day doubt this world. Xianxia Police Station. Yan Lu was supporting Zhang's mother, suppressing her emotions and asking the police in a clear and organized manner. Can't we visit? We want to see if he's all right. The police knew that this young man had brutally beaten a philanthropist to such a state and was very indifferent towards the two of them. Sorry, before the sentence takes effect, family members are not allowed to visit, except for the defense lawyer. Having said that, he didn't bother with the two people anymore. He simply left. This wasn't their first visit. Zhang's mother was sobbing. Xiaoza wouldn't do such a thing. Let's leave first, Sister Xan pulled the two of them away forcefully. With a criminal case, even if the Lu family is willing to settle privately, the sentence won't be short. Right now there are two very important things. First is to find a lawyer, and second is to try to get a letter of forgiveness from the Lu family. The problem was, how did Zhang Xi's get involved with Lu Xinming? Sister Xan couldn't figure it out. On the desolate roadside, Zhang's mother shook her head. I don't know, he usually just plays basketball and video games, has no other hobbies, the most is that kid from the Chen family. She knew Zhang Xi's very well and couldn't find a trace of connection between Zhang Xi's and Lu Xinming. This is strange. Sister Xine frowned. Yan Lu, however, seemed to have remembered something, and she went back to the hotel to check the surveillance footage from the day before. Sister Xine knew Yan Lu had unusual feelings for the Zhang family and accompanied her to watch the surveillance. Why are you looking at yesterday's surveillance? She sped up the video to 16x. At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a stranger left a letter in front of Yan Lu's door. Is this a hate mail? Sister Xine was startled. Yan Lu pursed her lips and didn't speak, sliding further down the timeline. At about 6 o'clock, Zhang Xi's came over, casual and carefree, holding a lunchbox. He checked his phone at Yan Lu's door, then put down the lunchbox. He picked up that letter. I know, Sister Xine, it's all me. Yan Lu covered her face. I've caused him harm, Sister Xine supported her. Wait, don't panic yet, what exactly happened? Yan Lu bit her lip and didn't speak, only asking the hotel staff to copy that segment of the video. Back in the room, Yan Lu began to sort through all of her assets from the time she debuted. As a minor 18th-tier celebrity who had only been briefly popular in the beginning, most of the time she had been cold, and she didn't have much in terms of assets. She opened WeChat and transferred back the money for buying a graveyard plot. Next to her, Sister Xine was making a call to Man Shi. Hey, yes, it's me, Man Shi. Can you contact Secretary Lu for me? On the other end of the phone, Man Shi had just finished work and taken a call when she glanced at her agent. Agent Yan Lu contacted me to get in touch with President Liu's people. Yan Lu. Man Zai's agent had extensive connections in the industry. Ever since Man Zai's rise to fame, he had been guiding her career. He racked his brain for a moment before he remembered who Yan Lu was. The person Wang Xine manages, the one who introduced you to Xianming Mountain? Man Shi had become famous because of the fantasy drama, Xianming Mountain, a connection made by Yan Lu. Sister Xine also knew about this, which is why she reached out to Man Shi. He made a phone call and came back with a not-so-good look on his face. Man Shi, delete all contact information you have for Yan Lu, the agent sneered. He had been arch-enemies with Wang Xine, but now with Wang Xine managing the lukewarm Yan Lu, they were not even comparable. I was wondering why Wang Xine came to you. She offended the Lu family and still wants to drag you down with her. You'd better stay out of this and not stick your neck out. Despite Man Zai's current rise to list status, she still had a 10-year contract with Thai media. If she offended the higher-ups over this incident and got put on ice, her career would be over. Man Shi had not expected the situation to be so serious. But she never questioned her agent's judgment. She took out her smartphone and unfollowed Yan Lu's Weibo, blocked the phone number, and deleted WeChat contacts. The next day, Jianghu woke up early to find Bai Lian crouching and waiting for him. Jianghu recited with no emotion, Isoamylene undergoes ozonolysis, followed by hydrolysis in the presence of zinc. Perfect. Jianghu went to the bathroom like a wandering soul. In the outside bathroom, Jianghu had already prepared his toothpaste and handed him the toothbrush, staring at Jianghu with shiny black eyes without saying a word. Jianghu, he took the toothbrush expressionlessly. I didn't say I wouldn't make clothes for you. Jianghu blinked. Cabbage. Got it. Jianghu lowered his head, brushing his teeth very dispassionately. If it had to be cabbage, then let it be cabbage. Jianghu had learned to resign himself to his fate and to comfort himself. Compared to the floral pattern Lance insisted on adding, cabbage at least had a bit of charm. Bai Lian went to school as usual, and in the morning, most of the class still had no clue about Zhang Shi's whereabouts. I climbed over the wall into his yard last night. Wang Qi sat on Zhang Shi's desk, seriously analyzing. No one was in the yard, I don't know where they went. That day, while playing games with me, he suddenly disappeared. Wang Qi remembered this incident. Suddenly disappeared? Bai Lian stopped writing, turned her head slightly and squinted her eyes. Be more specific. Wang Qi recounted everything about Zhang Shi's return home and then tagging him in the group chat. Oh, before that. He went to deliver food to his sister Yan. Wang Qi shrugged. Bai Lian's fingers tapped unconsciously on the desk, pondering. Not very familiar with the internet, she asked Pu Xiaohan to check Yen Lu's recent activities. Pu Xiaohan investigated while suggesting, "Ask Aunt Lu as well." That's what everyone else thought too. But Aunt Lu didn't come today. She had one class and had taken leave for it. Class 15 people went to Zhang's flower shop again at noon. Still no one. After school in the afternoon, Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan went together with others. Jiang Fulai had freed up some time today and waited at the milk tea shop entrance with Jiang He. Bai Lian saw them from a distance and was just about to go over when the window of a nearby car lowered. "Alien!" It was Su En. Seeing this, Pu Xiaohan beside her said, "Alien, well, go check at the Zhang family first." The few from class 15 didn't interrupt and left first. Bai Lian paused and glanced inside the car. Ji Mulan wasn't in the passenger seat. She didn't leave but politely asked, "Do you need something?" "It's like this." Su En got out of the car from the other side. Knowing Bai Lian was busy with studies, he didn't waste his words. "I have a business partner with a condition similar to your aunt's, and now hospitals in Beijing and Xianxia are afraid to perform the surgery. Could you help me contact the doctor from last time?" Chapter 233, Chapter 087, Jiangjing University, Alien makes a move, second update. _1 by Lian sized up Su En. Her gaze was indifferent, her face showing little emotion. But Su En felt inexplicably nervous. "He's a philanthropist named Lu Xinming," Su En explained to her, "my business partner for this deal, but he was attacked by an enemy for some unknown reason, and now he's in the ICU. Lu Xinming. Bai Lian remembered the banner that had been hanging in the cafeteria before. She had some impression of him. Wang Qi had also mentioned before that this person was indeed a philanthropist. With her excellent memory, she recalled that Lu Xinming was not just a philanthropist, but also a shareholder of Time Media, as mentioned by Wang Qi. He was also Yen Lu's boss. "Are you too close?" she asked. Su En shook his head. "Not really, just business partners." "Okay, I'll ask Dr. Lance for you." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze, thinking for a moment. "You ask Yen Lu about her recent whereabouts and news for me, and it's best if you can give me her phone number too." Yen Lu. Su En found the name somewhat familiar. In just a second, he remembered that she was the new artist he had recruited to promote Xianxia. "I know her. I'll look it up for you right away." Su En had recruited her casually. Nobody knew that this public welfare activity was initiated by the Su family. Very few artists would take on such public welfare activities. Yen Lu was from Xianxia and was the first one to accept this public welfare activity. Su En had a good impression of her. Later, when his assistant told him that Yen Lu had been blacklisted online for being obsessive-compulsive, he still didn't replace her. This was the first time Bai Lian had asked him for a favor. Su En took it very seriously. Without saying much more, he got back into the car and had his assistant start investigating what Yen Lu had been up to recently. Bai Lian had asked casually, but Su En could tell, so he added, "When you're checking, be polite to people." "Be polite to her?" The assistant was somewhat confused. The chairman of Time Entertainment had to be respectful towards Su En, but did they need to be polite to Yen Lu, a small 18-tier artist under Time Media? The assistant had to be clear about her status to know what level of politeness was appropriate. "It's Alien who asked me to check. She's very interested in this artist." Su En drove into the crowd. With that said, the assistant understood immediately. Outside the milk tea shop, Jiang Fulai stood with a stern face, his left hand tucked into his coat pocket, his right hand disdainfully holding a large cabbage plush pillow with 2 fingers. The frost on his face was almost visible to the naked eye. The sunlight reflecting off his face had the cold gleam of ice and snow. Haughty, unapproachable, and threatening to grind anyone who came close. Jiang He hugged his own cabbage backpack. Standing 2 meters away from him, passers-by dared not look directly at Jiang Fulai, but couldn't help glancing at the cabbage in the cool guy's hand. Without looking, Bai Lian knew how much Jiang Fulai disdained Jiang He's pillow. "You brought the pillow for him?" Bai Lian walked over and couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the pillow and then at his expression, while stroking her chin. Jiang Fulai glanced coldly at Jiang He, his light eyes throwing daggers. Not too pleased. "Hey, he brought it back to mine," Bai Lian walked on, explaining for Jiang He. "My grandfather is making clothes for him, and he wants them to be like this." She pointed to the cabbage pillow in Jianghu Lai's hand. Jianghu had his own ideas. He wanted Jianghu to embroider the cabbage he was holding. Since Jianghu went home with Bai Lian, Jianghu Lai had lately been staying in the lab. This morning, Jianghu had specifically sent several voice messages to Jianghu Lai, asking him to bring his cabbage pillow when he came to school in the evening. Jianghu Lai brought it to him with a cold face, despite his disdain. Jianghu didn't dare make a sound. But once Bai Lian arrived, he cautiously began inching toward her step by step. Finally, he took hold of the hem of Bai Lian's school uniform. "Your grandfather is making clothes for him?" Jianghu Lai flicked the wind chime, its crisp sound mixing with his icy voice. "Cabbage clothes?" He glanced at Jianghu dismissively. With a merciless sneer. Jianghu tilted his head, refusing to look at Jianghu Lai at all. "Don't worry about it," Bai Lian told Jianghu Lai to get in line. "Since you're so chatty, you go stand in line." Jianghu Lai glanced at the long queue and walked over coldly. Then, suddenly, the line in front of him became crowded. The people lining up behind him kept a distance of 1 meter from him. Bai Lian glanced over and suddenly felt Jianghu Lai was well suited for queuing. Because no matter where he queued, there would definitely be no one daring to cut in front of him. Unlike Pu Shaohan, who often had people cut in line before her. She dared not speak up, at most mumbling softly about the lack of manners. Chapter 234, Chapter 087, Jianghu University, Alien makes a move, second update. _2 not far away. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao's admiration for Bai Lian had increased 100-fold as they had been waiting obediently for the two. Such bravery. It was actually someone who dared to make young Master Jiang go queue up. "Did you guys solve that question last night?" Bai Lian sat across from them and tapped her fingers on the table. Both were silent. "Understood." Bai Lian found it difficult to comprehend for a moment and, feeling helpless, said, "Then you two are done for." When Jianghu Lai returned with the sheet to check the work of the two opposite him, Ning Xiao was somewhat okay. He hadn't solved it, but his process and general direction were right, just didn't know how to use the last formula. Tang Ming was more difficult to evaluate. Because halfway into solving the problem, due to one wrong number, he veered completely off course. Ever since finding out that both of them had managed to score 110 on a joint exam, Jianghu Lai had now managed to face the two calmly. He glanced at the question. With a snap, he put it down. "Which university do you two want to attend?" Jianghu Lai only asked. Ning Xiao thought seriously for a moment. "Beijing University?" Jianghu Lai didn't speak, just looked at him coldly, with an expression that said, "Try continuing that sentence." Ning Xiao paused, then suddenly found his courage. People. Yet another sharp rebuke. This was already a university ranked within the top 3 in the nation. Ning Xiao was very hesitant. He looked at Jianghu Lai and suddenly got it. "Do I have to apply for Jianghu University? Is it me asking you or you asking me?" Jianghu Lai laughed at his exasperation. Ning Xiao quickly said, "I want to apply for Jianghu University." Jianghu Lai glanced toward Tang Ming beside him. Tang Ming pointed to himself, a confused expression on his face. Can I even apply?" No, listen to my explanation. I also want to apply." "Yes, I want to apply too." Bai Lian looked down at her problems, not wanting to watch the spectacle unfolding before her. Right in the middle of it, her phone lit up. It was a message from Su En, who had found some information about Yen Lu. Bai Lian directly opened it. Meanwhile, in the hotel where Yen Lu was staying, Zhang Ma had already taken out a bank card. This was the money their family had saved up over the years, and Yen Lu also gave her his card. On the side, Sister Xian received a phone call. Then she looked at Yen Lu in surprise. "Xiaolu, are you very close to Director Zu's assistant?" "Director Zu's assistant?" Yen Lu furrowed her brows, unable to recall this person. That was strange. However, there was no time for Sister Xian to think further. She directly said, "Yes, he gave me the phone number of Director Liu's executive assistant." In the hospital ICU, Director Liu had just finished a call with Su En. Okay, thank you, Director Su." Director Liu's hand was trembling as he ended the call, looking into the ICU at his son. "Xinming, don't worry, Dad will avenge you." Chairman, the executive assistant by his side handed over a document and a photo to Director Liu. This is the photo from the scene, not found by the police, and there are several dozen videos on young Director Liu's phone. We suspect that person came for these. Director Liu glanced at the photo. He sneered. Delete them all. Also, is there any news about Zhao Jingzhou? The assistant already knew how to handle these matters, but it involved several artists. We made contact. He has been dealing with an economic dispute case recently and mentioned that you don't need him for this case. His apprentice can handle it. It has to be him, Director Liu said, looking at the assistant, his gaze icy. I want him to be sentenced to death. The executive assistant nodded. All right, I'll contact lawyer Zhao again. As he spoke, the assistant's phone rang. It was a call from Sister Xian. She said that Xianxia's mother and Yan Lu came to visit Lu Xinming and to apologize. The assistant didn't know how they had found his phone number, and without answering, he looked questioningly at Director Liu. Director Liu's gaze was fixed on the ICU, his face showing a crazed and bloodthirsty expression. You let them come over. After hearing the news, Yan Lu didn't tell Zhang's mother about this and came over by herself. She couldn't guarantee the state of these two women. At this time, she should be like Man Shi, looking out for her own safety, but she still gritted her teeth and followed. Outside the cold ICU doors, Yan Lu, accompanied by Zhang's mother, faced the old man who stood with his back to them in front of the glass door. Director Liu, Yan Lu's face was somewhat pale, her hairstyle extremely disheveled, as she bowed and offered 2 bank cards. We are here to apologize to Mr. Liu on behalf of Xianxia. Zhang's mother kept apologizing to Director Liu, mouthing, I'm sorry. On the dimly lit corridor, the cigarette in Director Liu's hand flickered on and off. The pungent smell of tobacco drifted away as Director Liu turned around. He snatched the 2 bank cards from Yan Lu's hands, threw them onto the ground, and fiercely grasped Yan Lu's neck. Apology? You all can go to hell and apologize to my son. Director Liu, Yan Lu tugged at the corner of her mouth, attempting a smile, hatred evident in her eyes. You should know why Lu Xan was beaten, don't you? You think. Do I have evidence? Zhang's mother and Miss Xian hurried over to help support Yan Lu's arm. Xiao Lu. Director Liu suddenly let go. He just stood there, looking down at Yan Lu who was bent over, coughing hard. And he laughed. Fine. Director Liu took a drag of his cigarette, flicked the ash and eyed the few people before him. You want to settle this privately, eh? It's not impossible. If you kneel for my son all night and apologize, I'll consider a private settlement with you. It wasn't easy for Yan Lu and the others to find Director Liu. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, no matter the condition, both she and Zhang's mother did not hesitate. It was just a matter of kneeling down. The two of them did not hesitate at all. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Bai Lian had asked Lu Lingxi about the news she received from Su En, and Lu Lingxi told her about Zhang Xiai's being at the police station. She also found out that Yan Lu and Zhang's mother were at the ICU. The moment the elevator doors opened, she overheard Director Liu's words. Kneel to him. Bai Lian stretched out her hand, irritably opening her uniform, slowly walking closer. Her voice was very cold. Everyone in the corridor turned to look in their direction. Zhang's mother's face changed. She had learned these past 2 days that Zhang Xiai's had hid an important figure, and Miss Xian had also instructed them not to involve any students. This has nothing to do with you. Hurry along. She didn't call out Bai Lian by name. Hey, student! Miss Xian also recognized Bai Lian. She was startled, then caught Bai Lian's sleeve, shaking her head at her. You're just a student. This matter is complicated. The Lu family is among the top 100 enterprises in the country, a major taxpayer. Bai Lian took off her uniform and handed it to Miss Xian, methodically saying, Hold this. She slowly walked towards Zhang's mother and Yan Lu, grabbing Zhang's mother's hand with one hand and clutching Yan Lu's wrist with the other. How did you find this place? Zhang's mother came back to her senses, her voice lowered, much more rational. Don't concern yourself with this matter. Director Liu was their last straw. Bai Lian let go, and she straightened Zhang's mother's disheveled clothes, her tone casual and light. Auntie, if you don't have faith in me, you should at least have faith in Zhang Xiai's. Do you think Zhang Xiai's would have done what he did? She tilted her head slightly, looking at the person on the ICU bed. The corners of her mouth lifted in a smile, like a blood flower blooming in the depths of hell. Just to have you kneel before him here? Zhang Xiai's wasn't here, but she was still present. She was right here, and no one was going to break his bones without getting past her. Zhang's mother and Yan Lu were stunned. Especially Yan Lu. Let's go. Bai Lian held Zhang's mother again, leading her away. Zhang's mother took heavy steps, looking back frequently, her voice choked. Xiaozahi. Director Lu watched Bai Lian appear and glanced toward Yan Lu and Zhang's mother with a sinister look. You two better think this through. After today, if you want a private settlement, there won't be another chance. Zhang's mother paused her steps. She turned around. Auntie, Bai Lian pressed the elevator button, soothing her. Do you really think he would settle privately with you just because you kneel? It's fine. Well, find a lawyer and sue him above board. Find a lawyer? Director Lu watched their retreating figures and sneered coldly. Did you really think you could still find any lawyer? Chapter 235. 088 Dominant Alien _1 Zhang's mother didn't want to leave. But Bai Lian was right. She should trust her son. She wiped her tears away. Grasping Yan Lu's hand, she looked up again with a resolute expression. Xiao Lu, let's go. Ding! The elevator stopped on their floor. Doors slowly opened. Zhang's mother entered first with Yan Lu, while Bai Lian was the last to get in, only glancing back at the elevator's entrance. She gazed faintly at the sign for the ICU, Saiku, Surgical Intensive Care Unit. The same ICU where Shen Qing had been admitted the previous time. Chairman Lu watched the elevator doors close and turned his head. What did the court and Zhao Jingzhou say? Zhao Lu is already preparing to come to Xianxia. The court has commenced the trial, and the subpoenas will be in their hands by tomorrow. The administrative assistant had arranged everything properly. That Zhang Xiai's is shrewd, reporting himself to the police immediately, but for intentional assault cases, he's looking at least 7 years of imprisonment. Thinking he could escape by turning himself in at the police station. But Chairman Lu wasn't a pushover. Even if Zhang Xiai's engaged Zhao Jingzhou, he was still looking at a minimum of 7 years imprisonment. Beep! The ICU machine suddenly flashed wildly. The doctor on duty and nurses quickly ran over. Take him to the emergency room first. What about President Su? Chairman Liu's complexion changed, not worried about Zhang Shi's case, but now concerned only for Lu Xinming's life. The administrative assistant immediately made a call to Su En. Please wait a moment. At Su En's end, the assistant helped look into Yan Lu's affairs and heard some rumors. He was completely flustered, and as he traced the matter between Yan Lu and Zhang Xiai's, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Despite Su En being in the middle of an online meeting, the assistant knocked on the door. President Su, this is urgent. I must speak with you right away. Su En raised his hand, pausing the meeting and muted the microphone. He gestured for the assistant to speak. This matter involving Chairman Lu has a lot to do with Yan Lu and Miss Bai. Yan Lu's agent asked me for Chairman Liu's number. The entertainment circle is shunning Yan Lu, and the exact details are still unknown. The assistant knew the seriousness of the situation. The assault on Chairman Lu is no small matter, and Miss Bai is definitely investigating. I think you should be cautious in how you handle this. The assistant started looking into Yan Lu's current situation as soon as he learned that Bai Lian was looking into her whereabouts. News from the entertainment circle always spreads quickly, and word of Chairman Liu's intent to blacklist her had traveled fast. Su En's mind was in disarray, and within a few seconds, he made a decision. First, sever cooperation with the Lu family. As for Alien, I will ask around. Also, there's no rush to contact Dr. Lance. Around 8 in the evening, Zhang's mother and Yan Lu supported each other as they walked ahead, the streetlights elongating their shadows. Bai Lian looked down slightly, observing the two silhouettes. Manager Xian carefully extended her hand, offering Bai Lian her school uniform jacket. Thank you, Bai Lian reached out to take it, but didn't put it on, simply walking slowly down the stairs, her brows and eyes drawn together, her tone calm. So why did Zhang Xiai's hit him? I don't know yet. Manager Xian was somewhat coming to her senses, replying from behind Bai Lian, her gaze fixed on Yan Lu. It was related to Yan Lu, but Yan Lu had been silent all this while. Bai Lian followed her gaze, nodded her head, her tone even. Okay. Manager Xian was more than a decade older than Bai Lian and should have seen her as just a child, yet standing next to Bai Lian, she felt an inexplicable pressure. But the other party was polite in her speech and actions. Not far from the hospital, a black business van parked steadily by the roadside. The passenger window was half open. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, Manager Xian had no trouble recognizing that this not-too-luxurious business van was somewhat different from those she was familiar with. She was quite surprised. This girl was Zhang's younger brother's classmate? This kind of vehicle wouldn't attract much attention in Beijing, but it was conspicuous in Xianxia. She hadn't expected Zhang Xi's to have such well-to-do classmates, and it seemed that she got along quite well with Zhang Xi's. The rear car door opened. A chill poured out. A kid resembling a jade ice sculpture sat in the back, cradling a Chinese cabbage, and raised his head belatedly at the sound, then rested his chin on a pillow. "Get in the car first." Bai Lian instructed Zhang's mother, Yan Lu, and the others to get into the vehicle. After Manager Xian got in, she sat down somewhat awkwardly. She just couldn't ignore the cold air coming from the driver's seat, and couldn't help but look over. All she could see was the back of a head, and the outline of a chiseled profile, with pale slender fingers resting on the steering wheel, and a Bluetooth earpiece in his right ear, speaking to someone. Chapter 236, 088 Dominant Alien Under 2. The tone was casual and lazy, yet laced with ice, such a unique voice that it would stand out even in the entertainment industry, spouting words that left people clueless, words like recoil nucleus, spectroscopic measurement, annual modulation effects. Sister Yan Luxin couldn't make out a single word. "Where to?" Jianghu Lai finally greeted the person on the other end of the Bluetooth, only after he saw Bai Lian get into the car. He pressed the Bluetooth button and spoke to her in a low voice. Bai Lian's expression wasn't great either. "To the flower shop. First sending Mother Zhang and the others back. So you guys still haven't seen Zhang Xi's?" Bai Lian tilted her head as she asked the person sitting behind her. By now, Yan Lu had caught on, her gaze fixated out the window that had almost lost its luster. "Before the trial, we can't see him unless we find a lawyer to go meet him." Both she and sister said they checked, and Zhang Xi's was in criminal detention, family couldn't visit. So no one knew what exactly Zhang Xi's current situation was. She and sister were already doing their best to find a lawyer. Bai Lian nodded, indicating she understood. She took out her phone, opened the dial pad, and directly punched in a string of numbers. Chief Chen on the other end. He had just finished his work for the day and was about to take a quick shower when a specially set ringtone for his phone went off. He hurriedly put down his clothes and answered the phone with the speed of a sprinter. The one making this call could only be either Bai Lian or Jianghu Lai. "Miss Bai." He answered the call before the third ring with lightning speed. Bai Lian, phone in hand, her other arm resting on a half-opened car window, was invigorated by the cold wind, and she concisely stated her concern. "I want to know how he's doing inside now." Zhang Xi's. Chief Chen hadn't heard the name before. But that didn't stop him from looking it up at the police station. He no longer cared about his shower and put his hat back on. "Don't worry, I'm heading to the police station to check for you." Lu Xinming, who is that? Chief Chen hadn't heard of this person either. Bai Lian pondered. Philanthropist? Seems like a shareholder of Time Entertainment too. She only ever heard Wang Qi mention him briefly. "Don't look at me." Jianghu Lai hadn't said a word while she was talking, but upon seeing her look his way, he raised an eyebrow. "I don't know either. If you're talking about Lu Sun, I might recognize him a bit." Back seat. Sister looked at Yan Lu, then at Bai Lian and the others, utterly baffled. Lu Xinming wasn't just a major shareholder of Time Entertainment, he was also well known online for his frequent charity work, especially with good marketing. It was sister's first time seeing someone who hadn't heard of Lu Xinming. And it wasn't just one or two people. And then, Lu Sun. Who is that? Which Sun? Sister was somewhat muddled for a moment. Zhang family. Mother Zhang hadn't rested in 2 days. Bai Lian took her back to the Zhang family home, comforting her to get some rest. "Auntie, take care of yourself first." She didn't urge Mother Zhang to eat but bought her a bowl of soup on the way for her to drink. Under Bai Lian's comforting, Mother Zhang closed her eyes and fell asleep, though it was not a restful sleep. Her brow furrowed even in her light slumber. After ensuring Mother Zhang was asleep, Bai Lian quietly closed the bedroom door behind her and left. Jianghu was leaning on the Zhang family's couch, dozing off as she came out. Jianghu Lai stood alone in the yard, the desolate moonlight behind him casting a large shadow over the house and potted flowers in the yard. He deliberately avoided the people in the main hall. Sister Yen Luxin was sitting on the other end of the couch, and due to Jianghu Lai's presence in the entire environment, it was very quiet. At this moment, Sister's phone ringtone suddenly broke out. She was startled, subconsciously covering her phone, cautiously answering it while discreetly glancing at the yard. The call was from the publicity department of the Su family. What? Ah, okay, thank you. Sister blinked away her daze after hanging up the phone, then turned to Yen Lu. Xiaolu, you can't be late for the publicity event tomorrow morning at 8. Yen Lu looked up, her lips dry as she spoke. They haven't replaced me? Everyone must know about the ban Lu Dong ordered, right? Never mind, Yen Lu forced a smile, her hands trembling as she fished out a packet of cigarettes from her pocket. Can you help me? Be there on time tomorrow. Bai Lian sat next to Jianghu, picked up a cup of cool boiled water from the table, took a sip to quench her restlessness, and then looked up. You must go. Yen Lu was stunned. But now? Yen Lu, right? Bai Lian set down her cup, her posture casual as she sat on the couch, her arm resting lightly on the armrest. Under the light, she looked towards Yen Lu, her voice calm and rational. You don't need to worry about Xianxia's situation. Since the Su family hasn't replaced you, even if it's in a swamp, you have to stand up. I don't want him to come out and see you fallen midway. Chapter 237. 088 Dominant Alien _3. She didn't need Yen Lu to explain anything to her. But she believed that the Zhang family, who would leave the most beautiful lily for Yonglin every week, were trustworthy. Yen Lu's fingers trembled violently, and the cigarette box instantly dropped to the ground. She looked into the eyes of the girl in front of her, dark pupils like the vast night sky, seemingly able to accommodate everything. Resolute and calm, with no questioning, no doubts, and not even an accusation. Yen Lu felt like crying. Bai Lian seemed to see through them all, and yet after that, she said something so light yet so incredibly heavy. I believe in you and I believe in him as well, stand up. She was firmly choosing her side with Xianxia eyes. Trembling, Yen Lu covered her eyes with both hands, silently tilting her head back, and after a long while, she lowered her hands and spoke in a hoarse voice. There's a video, I don't know who to give it to, I want to send it to you. She didn't trust anyone, including the police. After saying that, she paused for a long time. She stood up, fished out sunglasses from her pocket, and put them on, covering her reddened eyes. Sister Xin, arrange for the shooting tomorrow morning, she said as she walked out, her voice strong. Hand me the script, and also, contact whoever can still be reached, inquire about news from Lu Xinming's side. After the two had left, Jianghu Lai came in from outside. Bai Lian picked up the cigarette box that Yen Lu had left on the sofa, playing with it in one hand, her gaze lowered, in no rush, as she drew out a long thin cigarette from the box. With the cigarette loosely held between her fingertips, she bit it casually, and as she turned her head, she saw Jianghu Lai coming out of the courtyard. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Bai Lian. Tui. She spat out the cigarette. Police station. Chief Chen came to check on Zhang Shi's case, and the station chief was very surprised to know that he was looking into Zhang Shi's, quickly leading him to the detention area. He's right here. Chief Chen peered through the small window in the iron door at Zhang Shi's inside. Zhang Shi's lay on the only bed, motionless. Chief Chen frowned. Open the door. The door was opened. Looking at Zhang Shi's back, Chief Chen said, Zhang Shi's, Miss Bai asked me to come to see you. The other party still didn't move. There was no basic reaction whatsoever. Chief Chen, he's been in this position for the past 2 days, hasn't touched his meals, the station chief quickly explained. We didn't do anything. This kid got beaten up by the victim himself. You didn't see the bloody scene. It was a vicious attack, aiming to take a life. The methods were extremely cruel. If it were someone else, they would almost certainly believe this was PTSD. But he didn't think Zhang Shi's would have it. After all, when they received this report, they felt that this man was mentally abnormal. And a person with abnormal mentality torturing a victim wouldn't have any aftermath effects. Chief Chen's brows were furrowed as he looked at Zhang Shi's. I understand. Bring me the file to look at. His tone was somber. He walked out, pulling out his mobile phone from his pocket, and sent this message to Bai Lian. The person responsible for this case had already gone to fetch Zhang Shi's file. Back in his office, Chief Chen opened the file that was brought to him, read it from beginning to end, his frown deepening. Is this all? Yes, the station chief replied cautiously. In fact, the officers responsible for the courtroom and case investigation were all very puzzled. Xianxia's and Lu Xinming were completely parallel lines. Today, they had brought in Xianxi's homeroom teacher and neighbors, and according to the investigation, Xianxi's was a sunny, helpful big boy. But Lu Xinming was also a kind, philanthropic businessman. It remained a mystery why Xianxi's had beaten the man to such a state, and he still refused to cooperate with the investigation. The phone outside rang, and an officer answered it, his expression serious. 2 minutes later he came in to report, Chief Chen, our brothers at the hospital said that Lu Xinming's resuscitation failed, and he died at 21:42. After this incident, they had specially set up a team, putting a part of their police force at the hospital. This is going to be troublesome, Director Chen put down the file, pressing on his forehead, he murmured softly. Xiangqing Hospital. Director Lu looked at Lu Xinming, who was covered by a white cloth. The veins on his face angrily trembled under the harsh, pale light. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Xiangxi eyes. The cold hospital corridor seemed to be swept by a chill, eerie and spine-chilling. Wen Bailian waited at the Zhang family until 3 o'clock. Wang Qi and a few of Zhang Shi's brothers hurried over. She briefly told them what had happened before she went back. By the time she returned home, she had received a message from Yan Lu. It was a video. Yan Lu, they added drugs to the drinks. Yan Lu, I'm not the only victim. He had many videos that should have been destroyed by Director Lu. If they can be found, mine can be made public. Yan Lu, he saw the letter in which Lu Xinming threatened me. It's all because of me. Bai Lian looked down, staring intently at the video, her fingers clutching the phone turning white. The next day, Wednesday. Zhang family. At 11 in the morning, Yan Lu finished shooting a video and went to the police station with Zhang's mother, bringing some daily necessities for Xianxi's. Today the police treated them much better. It surprised Sister Xian. Auntie, Wang Qi had taken a half-day off today to accompany Zhang's mother. My mom wants you to stay at our place for a couple of days. Don't worry, they are looking for a lawyer in Beijing. Finally. He gave Yan Lu a complicated look and took Zhang's mother back to his own home. Zhang's father was on a business trip, and no one could contact him when he was away. Wang Qi used to joke that Zhang Shi's father was like a secret agent. But now, no matter what, they definitely couldn't let Zhang's mother stay at home alone. Wang Qi went home. Yan Lu and Sister Xian went to find Bai Lian. Zhang family's living room. As soon as Yan Lu and Sister Xian opened the door, they smelt a faint scent of smoke. Bai Lian stood by the window with 3 photos pinched in one hand and a slim cigarette loosely held in the other. Her brows lightly furrowed, making it difficult to see her expression. Hearing someone enter, she stuffed the photos back into her pocket. The other hand casually pushed the window open, dispelling the smell of smoke. The midday sunlight was fierce, passing through the thin smoke, casting its light on the girl's face, mysterious and dangerous. Both Yan Lu and Sister Xian paused for a moment. Sit, Bai Lian directed them towards the sofa, gesturing for the two to sit first. Sister Xian quickly found a seat to sit down, while Yan Lu didn't know what to say. She had thought that today Bai Lian would say something to her, but she hadn't expected her to remain silent. Even her gaze remained as it always had been. Yan Lu softly sat down next to Sister Xian. The living room became quiet. Just as Sister Xian couldn't help but want to say something. The door was knocked on 3 times, polite and respectful. Sister Xian wondered who could be visiting at this time and so politely knocking. While she thought this, she went to open the living room door, only to see a somewhat familiar figure. As an agent, Sister Xian naturally remembered all the investors. She was startled and couldn't believe the person would appear here. She opened her mouth in surprise. Suen? How did you come here? On the sofa, Yan Lu, who was deep in thought, also looked up and was very surprised to see Suen. Suen glanced at Sister Xian. He was busy with work and had not brought his assistant. So he did not recognize that this was Yan Lu's agent. He just cracked a hasty smile, nodded a slight acknowledgement to her, and walked inside. When he saw Bai Lian standing by the window, Suen finally sighed in relief. Ah, Suen, I'm just going to ask you one question, Bai Lian extinguished the cigarette and looked aside indifferently. She looked at Su En without even addressing him as Mr. Su, and simply asked, "Who were you trying to save by seeking me out yesterday?" "Lu Xinming?" Chapter 238. 089 Qi Lu. This kind of case is seeking me out? Second update. Under 1. This one sentence nearly made Su En's heart leap into his throat. He hastily said, "Alien, I had no idea that Lu Xinming was related to your classmate." The tenser Su En got, the clearer his mind became. He laid out his thoughts systematically. "Give me Dr. Lance's contact information. I didn't send anyone to the Lu family. Last night, I already terminated my cooperation with the Lu family." He spoke methodically. Last night, after 9 o'clock, Lu Xinming's resuscitation was unsuccessful, and he died. Bai Lian was aware of this. Director Chen had already reported it to her. But Yan Lu and Sister Xian did not know, and their voices almost broke as they exclaimed, "What?" There is a complete difference between intentional assault and intentional homicide. "What's the panic?" Bai Lian flicked her cigarette butt into the trash bin. She looked at them, her eyebrows and eyes shaded with a layer of gold, her tone indifferent. He deserved to die. Even without asking, she knew that Xianxia was out for his life. Bai Lian's voice was calm, but Su En felt his heart pounding. He made a prompt decision and quickly added, "Alien, just tell me what you need help with right now. Have you found a lawyer? I know a few lawyers from the Red Circle firm." Bai Lian said nothing, her dark eyes like dense ink, revealing no emotion. "You know the lawyers of the Red Circle firm?" Yan Lu heard the key point and stood up subconsciously. Ordinary people are actually unfamiliar with this term. But Yan Lu and Sister Xian had recently consulted many lawyers, and only then did they realize that there was such a top-tier team of lawyers in the country. Each lawyer within it is a top-notch attorney in the industry. But to book them not only requires an appointment, but also powerful connections. This is the reality of the legal profession. So hearing that Su En knew people from the Red Circle firm, Yan Lu was excited. Bai Lian watched Yan Lu and the others, not interrupting Su En. Su En finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone, deliberately added Yan Lu's WeChat, recommended 2 lawyers to her, and even personally greeted the lawyers, stating that they were his friends. There was no need to doubt Su En's networking skills. Once he had finished, he let Yan Lu communicate with them, then he said to Bai Lian, "Alien, then I'll go back and take care of the remaining problems with the Lu family." "All right." Bai Lian nodded. She said nothing else. Su En knew this meant the matter was settled and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked warmly at Yan Lu and Sister Xian. "If you have any issues in the future, feel free to contact my assistant." "Thank you very much." Yan Lu bowed deeply to him. "Don't mention it." Su En smiled, and after speaking, he went back to deal with the Lu family's affairs. Yan Lu added the 2 lawyers recommended by Su En. She conveyed Xianxia's case details to them. Sister Xian sat on the couch. She was not as concerned about Xianxia's case as Yan Lu was. As an agent, the only reason she stayed with Yan Lu until now was because she believed Yan Lu had a certain drive. She held back for a long time but could not resist. "Miss Bai, you know President Su?" She heard it. Bai Lian directly called President Su by his name. She actually didn't know which N it was at the moment. But she didn't dare to call her classmate by either. She stuck to what she felt was a very formal title. "Yes." Bai Lian was propping herself up on the windowsill. She was holding her phone, replying to Director Chen with an address, and when she looked up and saw Sister Xian staring at her, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What's up?" "Ah," Sister Xian snapped back to reality, hiding her inner shock. "No, nothing." President Su. He was someone that even Lu Xinming treated with great respect. She couldn't help but question at the bottom of her heart. What kind of classmate was Xianxia's in the end? Director Chen hurriedly came to find Bai Lian. After being busy all night in the morning, he finally cleared up the matter with Xianxia's. "Xiao Zhang still doesn't want to talk this morning." Director Chen plopped down at the table in the Zhang family's main hall and poured himself a cup of water and drank it down in one breath. Then he handed the materials he found to Bai Lian for her to see. "This is the information I gathered." "You are?" Sister Xian noticed Director Chen. Bai Lian sat opposite, her head lowered, slowly flipping through the materials Director Chen had gathered. After placing down his teacup, Director Chen smiled and greeted Sister Xian. Hello, I'm an undercover officer, currently investigating the case involving young Mr. Zhang." If you have any information or evidence, make sure to let me know in time. An undercover officer. Ha. Sister Xian nodded, her head bobbing eagerly. Thank you, officer. Director Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no problem. So your point is? Bai Lian read through the entire case process at a glance. He acted heinously. Director Chen sat up straight, his fingers tapping on the table rhythmically yet casually. He showed a rare seriousness. There's surveillance footage, and although his confession might mitigate the charges, since the plaintiff has passed away, under such circumstances, he won't get away with less than 3 years. A society ruled by law. Normally, cases with a confirmed suspect like this do not require a trial and are directly handed over to the presiding judge. It wouldn't even pass through Director Chen's hands typically. It was rare for him to handle a case personally, and the seriousness of his team meant that even the Liu family could not interfere. By the window. After hearing the case during the phone call with Yen Liu, the attorney fell silent for a moment. Madam, I would really like to take on this case, but according to what I know, the plaintiff has hired lawyer Zhao. Lawyer Zhao. Yen Liu gripped her cell phone tightly, her voice betraying her shock. Which lawyer Zhao? You should have guessed, Zhao Jingzhou. The other party really wanted to help Suen, and owing Suen a favor wasn't something easily done. But since the plaintiff's defense attorney was Zhao Jingzhou, he dared not take the case, fearing he might mess things up and leave a bad impression on Suen, or even worse, displease Suen. With him involved, there are not many lawyers from our firm who dare to take on the case. Yen Liu had just caught a lifeline, but hearing these words, her face turned pale. Is it lawyer Zhao? Xian's sister heard Yen Liu's voice from the table. That Zhao Jingzhou? Yen Liu pursed her lips and nodded. What do we do now? Xian's sister murmured. Who else would dare to take it on? Bai Lian was messaging Jianghu Lai. Xianxia isn't seeing anyone or talking. Is he also in self-isolation? Jianghu Lai looked at her message and raised an eyebrow at a name that kept appearing frequently. Then he took the time to open up an investigation report sent by Director Chen. Bai Lian didn't know lawyer Zhao. She let her phone screen go dark and placed it on the table, looking up. Which lawyer Zhao? Zhao Jingzhou, Xian's sister looked at Bai Lian with a wry smile. The lead attorney of Time Law Firm, fought and won over a dozen cases, big and small, without a single loss. His most classic case was that 300 million economic lawsuit. He's quite popular online and rarely takes cases now. He could argue that the dead are still alive. It's unexpected that the Liu family managed to invite him to Xianxia. Zhao Jingzhou's 2 classic cases were even made into short videos which garnered over 1 million views online. Almost everyone on the internet knows him. The fact that he's almost never lost a case is already terrifying, and the internet has almost mythologized him. So when Xian's sister and Yen Liu heard his name, they both felt a chill. Miss Yen, you should look for someone else. The lawyer on the other end of Yen Liu's phone call spoke up helplessly. I really dare not take it. The person on the other line hung up. Yen Liu and Xian's sister exchanged glances. Even the lawyer recommended by CEO Su dared not take the case. Bai Lian snapped back to reality, and resting her arm lightly on the table, she looked up at Director Chen. Do you know this Zhao Jingzhou? She frowned slightly. Judging from Yen Liu and Xian's sister's descriptions, he must be a formidable litigator. Miss Bai, hold on, I'll go and drag Qi Yundai back here. Director Chen pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and walked out to call Qi Yundai. Last night he had messaged Qi Yundai, who had ignored him. The first call. Qi Yundai didn't answer. Nor did he answer the second. On the third attempt, Qi Yundai picked up just as he placed a cake in the oven, rattling off a tirade into the phone with a sneer. Chen Yongkuan, you'd better have a damn good reason for calling me. He had been at a battle of wits with the cake for a month. And he was in a foul mood. Director Chen walked slowly outside, shrugging his shoulders. It's not really about me, this concerns Miss Bai. Qi Yundai turned off the oven switch. What's going on with Miss Bai? He paused as he set the timer, demanding further detail. Explain. His voice became serious. About a case, you can see the details later. Director Chen didn't beat around the bush with Qi Yundai. We're at the flower shop by the school. I'll wait for you at the intersection, don't dawdle. As he spoke, he was stepping towards the street, waiting for Qi Yundai. A case. Qi Yundai stripped off his gloves, shed his coat, and made sure to remind the shop assistant to watch the oven, puzzled. What kind of case? Did something happen again? Normally, Director Chen's team wouldn't come looking for him. In the Zhang family hall. Yan Lu, let's not panic, Xianxia's sister steadied Yan Lu, her mind racing. There's still a chance. Let's ask if there's anyone willing to take it on. We can offer 3 for times the fee. That's true, Yan Lu exhaled deeply, but with Zhao Jingzhou on the case, who from Red Circle firm would dare to take it? Yan Lu forced herself to stay calm. What to do? As they spoke, Director Chen entered with a man. The man was slightly stooped, in his 30s or 40s, with a tall and upright figure, dressed in simple and clean white casual wear. Slightly taller than Director Chen, with deep-set and stern features. He even wore a white chef's hat on his head. Miss Bai, Qi Yundai greeted Bai Lian politely, then turned to Xian's sister and Yan Lu, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Qi Yundai. This is Lawyer Qi. I declare him to be our defense attorney for this case. Director Chen introduced Qi Yundai to Yan Lu and Xian's sister in a haphazard manner, then thrust the case file into his hands. Take a look first. Court begins next week. He had spent the previous night and morning organizing the case, also to provide Qi Yundai with reference material. Qi Yundai skimmed the case file, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he cast a sidelong glance at Director Chen. Are you out of your mind? You needed to call me for this kind of case? Chapter 239. 090 Outlaw Madman Young Master Jiang Qi Yundai scanned the case and instantly knew it was yet another commonplace criminal matter. He initially thought that since Director Chen was being so secretive, it must be some major incident or a big case. But this, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Any lawyer from young Master Jiang's team could handle it. Cases with such clear causes and effects rarely vary much in outcome. If even this kind of case requires me, then that group of lawyers might as well pack up. Qi Yundai placed the case file on the desk with a sneer. Upon hearing Qi Yundai's unabashed words, Director Chen's temple throbbed several times. He coughed, covering his mouth with his left hand, and said in a lowered voice, Qi Lu, this person is Miss Bai's friend. Fold me up. Qi Yundai immediately sat up straight, reaching out to pick up the file again. Miss Bai, to be frank, what I am best at is criminal litigation. His expression was austere and solemn. If only he weren't wearing that chef hat. Bai Lian sat opposite him, slightly leaning against the back of her chair with a lazy posture, her slender, pale fingers tapping intermittently on the back of her phone, listening quietly to the conversation between the two. All right, then I'll leave it to you. She paused her fingertip and gave thanks. Qi Yundai waved his hand and began flipping through Xianxia's file. 5 minutes later, he frowned slightly and asked, What kind of sentence can you accept? Bai Lian didn't speak, simply tilting her head to look at Yan Lu. Yan Lu had inquired about lawyers relevant to this on the first day. She had also consulted 2 lawyers from Red Circle firm introduced by Su En. This case had eyewitness testimony and video surveillance, a heinous and intentional murder. Cases like this normally resulted in imprisonment for no less than 10 years under normal circumstances, but the other party's lawyer was Zhao Jingzhou. Thus, the best possible verdict for Xianxia might still be 15 years of fixed-term imprisonment. They all suspected that with the methods of the Lu family, it was very possible to get a life sentence, or even the death penalty. Yan Lu looked at Qi Yundai. Neither she nor Sister Xian had ever heard of Qi Yundai, especially with him wearing a neatly arranged chef hat. Before Director Chen spoke up, neither Yan Lu nor Sister Xian took him for a lawyer. 15. Yan Lu was watching Qi Yundai as she began to speak, but when she uttered the first syllable, she distinctly saw Qi Yundai's eyes narrow. No, as long as it's not the death penalty. Not the death penalty, that's all. Not the death penalty, that's all? Qi Yundai repeated expressionlessly. He looked at Yan Lu, biting back curses, then turned his head somewhat speechlessly towards Director Chen. He wants me to get involved in a case where the verdict is anything but the death penalty? He might as well just use his toes to type. Director Chen, perhaps realizing Qi Yundai felt a lack of trust, Lawyer Qi, Sister Xian jumped in to explain on behalf of Yan Lu. The plaintiff in this case has some background, and most importantly, they've engaged Zhao Jingzhou as their defense lawyer. No need to mention the Lu family. Zhao Jingzhou alone was enough to intimidate everyone. Red Circle's invincible general wasn't a nickname netizens had given him arbitrarily. Sister Xian thought that upon mentioning this name, Lawyer Qi would show signs of backing off, but he didn't even lift an eyelash. Fine, Qi Yundai closed the file, emotionless. I think I understand your requirements. If there's any other information, contact me promptly. Having said that, he stood up and took his leave from Bai Lian. Miss Bai, I'll go get the cake out first, then head to the police station to follow up on the situation. Oh, and today's cake is a new product with less sugar, very suitable for the elderly. I'll have Yang Lin bring a piece to the school later. Timing it, the cake should be ready by now. Qi Yundai left after speaking. Director Chen wasn't surprised. After bidding Bai Lian farewell, he followed Qi Yundai to discuss the case details. We have a problem now. The suspect is uncooperative, won't meet or talk. This was the real difficulty. If the suspect kept quiet, it didn't matter if Qi Yundai or the Daluo Golden Immortal himself took on the case. Getting a bit closer. Bai Lian still had to head to school. She comforted Yen Lu. Don't worry, leave this matter to us for now. Director Chan and his team had never dropped the ball on important matters. Bai Lian walked toward the school. Behind her, Sister Xian said to Yen Lu, I think Miss Bai's friend seems quite reliable. I believe they can negotiate a reduced sentence for little brother Zhang. Let's hope so. Yen Lu took a deep breath, rallying her spirits. If there are any activities coming up, count me in, just leave out the day of the trial. I'll take on the rest. No matter the outcome, she couldn't collapse now. If something really happened to Zhang Xiai's, his parents from the Zhang family would still be waiting for her. Chapter 240. 090 Outlaw Madman Young Master Jiang under Sir 2. Let me think, Xianxia pondered in her mind. Ever since the news broke that Yen Lu was blacklisted, no partner sought her out. I have a classmate who is a producer for the Great Eternal Prosperity. I'll ask if he can give you an audition opportunity. Thank you, Yen Lu said, looking at Xianxia earnestly. Xianxia. Xianxia waved her hand. Meanwhile, Bai Lian returned to school. At the entrance of the teaching building's staircase, Wang Qi had just returned as well and got into an argument with someone at the bottom of the stairs, surrounded by a 3-layer deep crowd of students. Say that again? The buzz-cut boy shouted at him. What if I say it again, huh? Everyone knows Zhang Xiai's is a murderer, spit. He even killed a great philanthropist. Wang Qi was about to fight when he was held back by students from class 15. Wang Qi, let it go. Let's try not to cause any trouble for Mother Lu. No wonder the school ranks so low. Having a murderer isn't surprising, a social pariah, a disgrace. The buzz-cut boy spat. You say one more word? A voice rose from within the crowd. It was light and slow. The crowd subconsciously parted to make way, revealing Bai Lian behind them. She had taken off her school uniform jacket and was casually carrying it in her hand, revealing the snow-white shirt underneath. Her hair was arranged carelessly with a few strands blown messy by the wind, and she walked forward slowly, step by step, with the wind against her. Each step seemed to tread on bones, pressing on everyone's hearts. The noise of the crowd gradually disappeared. Quietness lingered. Only the shallow sound of breathing remained. Bai Lian stopped in front of the buzz-cut boy. She was taller than the average girl. She reached out, her pale, snow-like fingers casually grabbing the boy's neck, forcing him to crouch down. She looked down at him, raised an eyebrow and said with a light and indifferent tone, Go on, why aren't you talking anymore, hum? The buzz-cut boy was very arrogant. He was jealous of Zhang Xiai's. But his arrogance did not mean he was foolish. Alarm screamed in his mind, and he had the feeling that this Bai Lian was even crazier than the lunatic Chen Wei from the school. His neck restrained, he couldn't speak, and could only look up at her with fright. The Dean of Discipline is coming! Someone shouted from not too far away. Wang Qi tugged at Bai Lian's sleeve. Sister Lian. Bai Lian gave buzz-cut boy one last glance. Without hurry, she let go of her hand, then shook her uniform jacket and methodically put it on. The boy gasped for air and stumbled several steps backward. What's all this crowd about? Are you fighting? The Dean of Discipline approached with a stern face. In the center of the crowd, Bai Lian was pulling up the zipper of her school uniform slowly, head bowed. When she looked up again, her face was back to its usual laziness. She looked at the Dean of Discipline and dropped her long lashes slightly. No, teacher, I was just discussing a question with Wang Qi. They were gathered around to watch. Oh, it's Bai Lian. The Dean of Discipline's mood brightened immediately upon seeing her, smiling particularly warmly. His gaze then fell on the buzzcut boy behind her. Bai Lian, no one's been bullying you, right? The Dean of Discipline eyed the troublemaker buzzcut warily. Bai Lian was demure. No, Dean. The Dean of Discipline nodded, clearly disbelieving but said, It's all right, Bai Lian. You go on up. I'll stand here and keep an eye on things. Buzzcut. Other students. This is ridiculous. At the police station. When Jianghu finished up and came over, Chief Chen and Qi Yundai had already been waiting at the door. Chief Jiang, this kid hasn't said a word in 3 days. Director Chen frowned. The biggest fear in a case was an uncooperative suspect. Jianghu Lai's face was expressionless as he spoke succinctly. Take me to see him. Detention center room. Xianxia's eyes curled up, lying on the bed. He hugged himself with both arms. His whole face was buried in his arms, the hair at the back of his head messy, and there were dried bloodstains on his clothes, a strong rejection to communicate. Jianghu Lai entered and stood in the middle, looked around for a moment, then lowered his eyelids and said, You can't face yourself now? Afraid of the gaze of others? Xianxia's body stiffened. Director Chen respectfully carried in a chair. Jianghu Lai held his overcoat, coldness emanating from head to toe. He slowly sat down, then lifted his right hand slightly. Director Chen understood immediately. He left the small cabin, gently closing the door behind him. I've almost finished investigating the matter. Jianghu Lai relaxed back into the seat and raised an eyebrow after Director Chen left. Do you think you did wrong? But I don't think you made a mistake. Xianxia's dropped his hands, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. In this world, no one can judge right from wrong. I don't think the law upholds justice. It's just a set of rules to restrain everyone's behavior. Jianghu Lai looked at Xianxia's back. Why not believe in yourself? Xianxia suddenly sat up and turned around to look at Jianghu Lai. Jianghu Lai just sat there, looking indifferently at Xianxia, his tone unhurried. Yan Lu will have a bright future, paved by your own hands. Lu Xian is nothing but a sacrifice on that road. And you are the key to that road. It's up to you whether to destroy the key or hand it over to her. Xianxia's voice was hoarse. He hadn't had water in a long time, his lips were cracked, and when he looked up again, his listless face finally showed some vigor. Thank you. Xianxia was afraid. He feared facing his teacher, his classmates, his parents. But he never regretted it. If there were 10,000 possibilities, even if the chance was 1 in 10,000, he'd rather endure the possibility of never meeting her than have her face this. But there was no such possibility, so he felt even if Lu Xian died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone. Have you come to realize? Jianghu Lai stood up, looking down at him from above. Xianxia sat up straight and nodded. Yes. That's good. Jianghu Lai's demeanor remained cold, and the dim light in the room blurred his overly sharp profile. The trial is next Wednesday. I'll let Attorney Qi in, try to cooperate with him as much as possible. Jianghu Lai left. 5 minutes later, Qi Yundai came in. He looked at Xianxia, who seemed to have become a different person, his eyes shining with a startling intensity. Did you listen to young Master Jiang's nonsense? Don't listen to him. He's just an outlaw. Listen to me, I'm a lawyer, and whenever I wear this suit, I won't let any criminal escape. Xianxia came back to his senses and looked at Qi Yundai. If Yen's sister's family filed a complaint, would he be sentenced to death? Every life has its meaning. What about Yen's sister? Does her life have no meaning? Xianxia stood up, grabbing his hair with both hands. Why should she endure all this? Qi Yundai had watched some videos before coming in. After listening, he remained silent. It had been a long time since he had heard such naive thinking. The cramped room was quiet for about 3 minutes before Qi Yundai's voice softly broke the silence. I've been a lawyer for many years and have revised 5 laws. Qi Yundai looked at Xianxia with a complex gaze. If you find it unfair, I hope that one day, you too can put on the suit, stand in court, and exert your own sense of justice to amend the law. Xianxia hadn't considered this possibility and was somewhat stunned. Can I? Why not? Qi Yundai took a cigarette from his pocket, nibbled on it, and gave Xianxia some time to think. In no more than 2 years, you can make it to Jiangjing, and I'll wait for you at the University of Political Science and Law. I wasn't keen on taking apprentices before, but I can reserve a spot for you. Smoking wasn't allowed in the detention center, so he didn't light it up. In 2 years. Xianxia sat back on the bed and seriously said to Qi Yundai, shouldn't it be at least 10 years later? Would you still take me then? I will study hard. He was acutely aware of the crimes he had committed. Qi Yundai. 10 years later? He might as well pack up and leave the top position early. Chapter 241, Chapter 91. Qi Lu the Great Killer in All Directions, second update, under 1. No, after 10 years, how can you distrust me so much? Qi Yundai sneered, don't you know, the first principle for a client is to fully trust their defense attorney. Xianxia muttered, I do want to trust you. Qi Yundai entered the room full of worry and almost died of anger when he was about to leave because of Xianxia's. How could he have anticipated Jiang's son would be so swayed by a few words? You might as well be mute. You can't expect Jiang's son to do anything good. Director Chen was waiting for him at the entrance. When Jiang's son left, his expression was as usual, unchanging. Director Chen couldn't discern any progress and didn't dare to speculate and ask, how did it go? Qi Yundai came out, and he hurriedly approached and asked, what is it with all of you not trusting me? 10 years? 15 years? The death penalty? Qi Yundai complained to Director Chen and then pointed to his own face. I always thought my face carried authority, why can't they have a little trust? Upon hearing this, Director Chen silently looked up. Perhaps it's because of the hat. Hat. Qi Yundai frowned. What hat? On your head. Director Chen heard from his tone that Xiangshi's was okay, so he withdrew his gaze and walked outside with some unspeakable feelings. The chef's hat. Qi Yundai's feet instantly froze in place. He looked down at his suit pants, white shirt. Then tremblingly reached up to his head and felt the chef's hat. His whole being as if struck by lightning. So, I've been parading around town with this hat on all afternoon? Yeah. Director Chen nodded. Why didn't you remind me? Attorney Kai's stern and serious face began to crumble bit by bit. He walked from the cake shop to the Zhang family, then to the police station, all the while wearing this thing? This foolish appearance. Passers-by saw it. Miss Bai saw it. Jiang's son saw it. Director Chen, seeing that he was oblivious, was even more surprised than him. He touched his head, utterly confused, and carefully said, I thought you had a special reason for doing it. Like making the opponent lower their guard. Say it, Attorney Qi coldly said to Director Chen. How many years do you want to go in for? Director Chen. Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Jiang Fulai parked the car at the side of the road with a cold expression on his face. Bai Lian didn't get in the car but lazily knocked on the passenger door window as it rolled down. Why haven't you replied to my messages? She raised an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai, still with a cold face, unlocked his phone to see the 2 messages Bai Lian had sent 2 hours before. Zhang Xi's is afraid of you. His spirit is fragile right now, you need to treat him gently. It's his first time doing something like this. He must be scared, comfort and guide him. In front of her, Jiang Fulai coldly replied with 1 character. 1. Bai Lian. She pulled open the car door. So, what's his situation now? Alive. Jiang Fulai waited for her to get seated before starting the car, speaking succinctly, polite and refined. Jiang's son has always been indiscriminate in his mockery, only holding back from insulting Zhang Xi's today because of Bai Lian's face. In his view, Zhang Xi's hadn't used his brain at all when doing this deed. Otherwise, Qi Yundai would have 100 ways to get him acquitted. Jiang Fulai drove to the estate where Qi Yundai and Director Chen were already present. Zhang Shi's case still had many details and evidence that required attention. When Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, the two were in the midst of a heated discussion. Mr. Jiang, Miss Bai, Qi Yundai, holding the documents and still intending to scold Director Chen, glanced at the newcomers and stood with his papers, recalling something important. My attorney badge is still in Jiangjing. The attorney badge is issued by the Lawyers Association to every attorney. It can only be worn in court. Qi Yundai hadn't brought it along on this trip to Xiangqing. Badge. Director Chen indeed recalled someone. Chen Jingyu will come to Xiangqing in 2 days. I'll let him know to bring your badge along. Chen Jingyu? Qi Yundai wasn't familiar with this person and looked towards Jiang Fulai. Give it to Jiang Shijue. Jiang Fulai sat down on the sofa, lowered his gaze, and poured 2 cups of tea. Qi Yundai took out his phone to take care of the matter. Because of Zhang Shi's incident, Class 15 had been under low morale lately. Tuesday evening. Director Chen waited for Bai Lian at the school entrance while Ming Dongheng went to watch Mr. Bai's match. So today the person bringing Jiang He became Director Chen. He waited at the road junction for Bai Lian. Jiang He, holding his small backpack, squatted by his feet. With half an hour to go until Bai Lian's school was dismissed, Jiang He preferred squatting at the curb watching leaves and daydreaming to staying at home. Chapter 242, Chapter 91. Qi Lu the Great Killer in All Directions, Second Update. _2 This young master, Director Chen could only join him. Hello, the phone in his pocket rang, Director Chen answered. It was a Zhongjing number. You've arrived? I'm at the intersection near Xianxia No. 1 school. Just drive over. After speaking, Director Chen sent the exact location to the other party. Half an hour later, a car stopped across the street, and a young man wearing a black jacket stepped out from the driver's seat, with a crew cut, bronze skin, and a pair of bright eyes. Jingyu, Director Chen raised his hand, calling him. Seeing Director Chen, Chen Jingyu hesitated for a moment, then walked firmly over, his gaze resting momentarily on Jiang He squatting next to Director Chen's leg. Jiang He had hardly any photos leaked. The Jiang family had protected him very well. But Chen Jingyu had seen him with the senior Mr. Chen before. Director Chen was low-key within the Chen family, always running errands. But in the past month, his voice had grown louder bit by bit, and not only that, his policies and strategies were frequently praised. And now, he even saw that Director Chen was alone with Jiang He. Not to mention when Jiang He had become so trusting of Director Chen, but with his notoriously odd temperament, how had he ended up obediently squatting by Director Chen's side? Chen Jingyu was inwardly astonished. How had Chen Yongkuan, from a side branch, managed this? Wasn't it said that he didn't secure the mining project? Director Chen Jingyu stood 3 steps away from Director Chen, handing over a 5-centimeter wide black wooden box. This is what Lawyer Qi needs. Director Chen took it. It was Qi Yundai's badge. But what case in Xianxia requires his intervention? As someone from Jiangjing, Chen Jingyu was naturally very familiar with the devilish lawyer team under Jiang Fulai's command, especially Qi Yundai. Upon hearing this, Director Chen simply smiled. A local murder case. The trial starts tomorrow. Do you want to come? I can save my seat for you. Qi Yundai was now focused on teaching. Apart from Jiang family cases, he rarely took on other jobs. A local case? Chen Jingyu shook his head. He wasn't interested in that. No need. Tomorrow I'm going to the fight club to find teacher Tongpa. Tongpa. Director Chen was moved. He looked up. You are planning to learn Muay Thai from him? Tongpa, the teacher who defeated Ming Dongheng, had been ranked first internationally in martial arts competitions for 3 consecutive years. Many aspired to be his disciples. I must join the Dongwu organization within 3 years. Chen Jingyu was full of ambition. Dongwu Club, the most famous martial arts organization in Asia. Director Chen was not interested in these matters. As the school let out, he spotted Bai Lian who stood out in the crowd and waved urgently. Miss Bai, over here. Chen Jingyu followed his gaze. He immediately saw a girl in a Xianxia No. 1 school uniform slowly walking towards them, earphones in her ears. Her eyes reflected the setting sun, as ethereal as drifting clouds. Jingyu, Director Chen introduced with a smile. That's Miss Bai. I'm waiting for her. Miss Bai? Who is she? It was the first time Chen Jingyu had heard this name. He found it unexpected that Director Chen's attitude towards this girl seemed quite special. Director Chen smiled and explained as he also introduced her to Chen Jingyu. Her grandfather does beautiful embroidery. I often go fishing with her grandfather, and Miss Bai herself is quite impressive. This year, I'm betting on Miss Bai getting into Jiangjing University. He couldn't discuss the policy matters with Chen Jingyu. Embroidery? Fishing? Chen Jingyu furrowed his brow. And now Director Chen was betting on whether she could get into Jiangjing University? Everyone was betting on Liang Wuyu and Su Ziyu's scores. Director Chen, I have other matters to attend to. Chen Jingyu lost interest in further inquiry, politely took his leave from Director Chen. He quickly returned to his car across the street and merged into the flow of traffic. Director Chen still had a bunch of flattery unsaid when he saw Chen Jingyu speeding off. Miss Bai, he frowned with a glance he saw Bai Lian approaching. He quickly withdrew his gaze from Chen Jingyu and handed the small square box to Bai Lian. This is Lawyer Kai's badge, he needs it tomorrow morning. Director Chen wouldn't be able to go tomorrow. There were hardly any big issues with Xianxia's. Director Chen wasn't worried. He now had to work overtime to wrap up official business, as Shen Qing was being discharged the day after tomorrow, and he needed to find time to be there. Okay. Bai Lian looked down at the small dark brown wooden box. It even had the law firm's pattern engraved on it. Quite unique. Director Chen sent Bai Lian and Jianghu back to Purist Street, and on the way, they visited Jianghu together. While Bai Lian was giving Lance acupuncture treatment, Director Chen and Jianghu squatted to the side and watched Jianghu embroider a cabbage. Uncle, I'm going to pick up sister-in-law with Ji Xiaojun the day after tomorrow. Ji Xiaojun still had classes, Director Chen had everything well organized. In a couple of days, we'll go fishing by the river. Chapter 243, Chapter 91. Qi Lu the Great Killer in All Directions, Second Update. Under 3 Jianghu squinted his eyes as he threaded the wool-like end of the thread through the nearly invisible eye of the needle. Chen Bureau and Jianghu were both astounded by what they saw. After threading the needle, Jianghu finally spoke. It's enough for Xiaojun to go alone. How could Chen Bureau agree to this? But he did not say much, simply changing the subject. Miss Bai has switched from liberal arts to science. How are her grades in her senior year of high school now? The parent-teacher conference hadn't yet taken place. Bai Lian never took the initiative to talk about her scores. What Jianghu remembered were the scores from the last monthly test because Bai Lian's results had taken him by surprise. He remembered them very clearly, 450, not a high requirement, but enough to meet the Tier 2 university admission line. Ah! Chen Bureau was thrown into disarray. Tier 2 university admission line? He was still planning on pressuring Miss Bai to attend Jiangjing University. Wednesday. The trial for Zhang Shi's case commenced. At 8 o'clock before the courthouse doors had opened, Zhang's mother and Yan Lu were already waiting at the entrance, looking eagerly through the doors. At 9 o'clock, Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Pu Xiaohan, and Wuxia arrived. At 9:20, Qi Yundai arrived fashionably late. He was wearing an ordinary black lawyer's gown today, which he had just bought this past Sunday. There was no specific requirement for the robe for this court session, and he hadn't asked for his own to be brought over. Qi Lu, Bai Lian handed him a wooden box. This is your lawyer's badge. Qi Yundai casually took it from her, opened it, and saw a black badge inside. He glanced at it and then clipped it onto his left side. His attitude was very casual. Bai Lian lowered her voice, whispering to Jiang Fulai. The lawyer they've hired today seems to be very formidable. Can Qi Lu handle it? Who did they hire? Jiang Fulai asked with a slight bow of his head. His voice deep. Zhao Jingzhou, Bai Lian thought for a moment. Jiang Fulai pondered for a while, then shook his head. I haven't heard of him. Bai Lian. Forget it. Xian's sister stood behind the two, glancing at Qi Yundai's solemn face as he adjusted his lawyer's badge, and then back at Bai Lian and the unapproachable-looking Jiang Fulai. This group of people, how come they seemed both reliable and unreliable at the same time? Would they really be able to make it? 9:30. Everyone arrived at the courtroom. Zhang's mother and Yan Lu finally saw Zhang Xiai sitting in the defendant's seat. Having not seen him for almost 10 days, Zhang Xiai had lost a lot of weight, but he still looked fairly spirited. Upon seeing Zhang's mother and Yan Lu, he didn't speak, just sat in silence. Zhang's mother held Yan Lu's hand, struggling to hold back her tears. The group took seats in the spectators' area on the left side. Almost 10 o'clock. Director Lu and the judge took their places one after the other. Director Lu arrived first. He was walking shoulder to shoulder with a young man who was also wearing a black lawyer's gown. Unlike ordinary robes, this man's had red lapels. Director Lu, with his wrinkled face, scanned across Zhang Xiai's with a gaze as sharp as a serpent's the moment he entered the courtroom. his mouth curving into a strange arc. It sent shivers down one's spine. A few minutes later he finally shifted his gaze, sizing up the attorney sitting at the defendant's seat. It was a middle-aged man he had never seen before. Both parties' lawyers took their seats. On the left in the spectators' area, Pu Xiaohan clutched Wang Qi's arm, her voice low and her hand trembling uncontrollably. Wang Qi, that's the invincible General Zhao Jingzhou, isn't it? Wang Qi's gaze was still focused on the young man seated in the opposite attorney's row. Most people don't look exactly the same as in videos, but Wang Qi was certain. You see the red lapels on his clothes. The internet says that he's the only one with that honor, and it's his signature. How did they manage to hire Zhao Jingzhou? Pu Xiaohan almost exclaimed as she looked across the room. In front, the confidence that Yan Lu and Xian's sister had struggled to build over this period was once again shaken by the conversations of the two. The judge sat solemnly in the central seat. A light tap with the gavel confirmed the identities of both parties, and the opening arguments began. The attorney Zhao stood up. First, he glanced at Qi Yunde's side. Then, picking up a pile of documents, he started his argument. Your Honor, members of the jury. The accused brutally assaulted my client in the underground parking garage, without any prior entanglement, an extremely vile act. Zhao Jingzhou was eloquent and compelling in his argument. He listed a series of interpersonal relations between the two parties and evidence of Lu Xinming's charity work in daily life. Every word he spoke was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. On the left in the spectators' area, with each word they heard, Yan Lu and Zhang's mother tensed a little more, their hearts hanging in the balance uncertainly. Even without facing Zhao Jingzhou head-on, even separated by several meters, even with no eye contact, they clearly felt the pressure coming from Zhao Jingzhou. As expected of the invincible general, Wang Qi took a deep breath. Absolute dominating presence. Many lawyers are overwhelmed by their opponent's presence right from the start. At that point, the outcome is nearly certain. Yan Lu and others anxiously looked at Qi Yunde sitting before them, hoping he could withstand Zhao Jingzhou's pressure. Don't worry, Zhang's mother, not wanting to pressure Qi Yunde, said with a trembling voice. No matter the outcome, we are very grateful that you are willing to defend my son. Across the room, Director Liu's companion spoke in a low, mocking tone, looking derisively across the room. Director Liu, they're scared on the other side. You can rest assured, with Attorney Zhao here, Zhang Xi's is as good as dead. Director Liu uttered a "hmm," and his shadowy gaze slid across Zhang Xi's, settling on the attorney opposite. Qi Yunde fixated his gaze on Zhao Jingzhou. He didn't pick up any documents, waiting until the other side had finished explaining the last piece of legislation. Then he raised his hand. Nonsense. I've told you in class, a qualified lawyer must treat each law with precision. Article 233 of the criminal law was just revised last month by me. Have you even studied criminal law lately? Your brain seems completely empty. Chapter 244. 092 All-around crush under one. Qi Yunde was now immersed in studying law, taking public courses, and giving lectures. More often, he was seen engaging in intense debates with learned figures at representative conferences. Over a decade, he had revised 5 legal statutes. Among them, 3 were criminal laws. Zhao Jingzhou had become quite famous online in recent years. The cases he was involved in were hotly discussed by netizens, and his abilities at Red Circle firm were indeed top-notch, far exceeding those of the average lawyer. This was the Zhao Jingzhou that most netizens understood. However, the truly formidable lawyers had long been beyond this ranking. Most of their engagement was in international trade, and only the real insiders could know the difference. Zhao Jingzhou, being young and overly praised, had recently found it difficult to concentrate on these matters. Qi Yunde certainly recognized Zhao Jingzhou, an outstanding graduate of Jianghu Law School. Zhao Jingzhou was almost always present when he gave public lectures. At Qi Lu's first strike, aside from Jianghu Lai, no one else had reacted. Yet, Qi Yunde did not stop. He withdrew his gaze from Zhao Jingzhou and turned his head to scrutinize the witness summoned by the opposition, staring into their eyes. Witness, are you saying that my client has no connection whatsoever with Lu Xinming? It's said that those who study the law have eyes one dares not meet. Qi Yunde was no exception. The witness was Lu Xinming's personal assistant. He nodded, avoiding eye contact. Confirmed. Very well, Qi Yundai produced a photo and a video segment to present to the judge. May I ask why you were at the Xianxia Hotel on the day of the incident? What is this letter that you placed in Miss Yen Lu's room? The judge received the photo and video. The witness' expression changed abruptly, and he instinctively looked towards Director Lu. Witness, Qi Yundai settled back in his seat, resting his hand on the table and slightly turning his body to face the witness. Please look into my eyes and answer my question once more. Are you certain that my client has no connection whatsoever with Lu Xinming? The court was utterly silent. Lu Xinming's personal assistant was the only witness present. He was supposed to testify that Zhang Xiais did not know Lu Xinming, that Zhang was causing trouble and killing indiscriminately. Everything had been going smoothly until now, as most of the evidence had been deleted by Director Lu, and the witness had not anticipated this turnaround. There were few in the room who dared meet Qi Yundai's gaze. Those who did began to tremble uncontrollably. I request the withdrawal of this piece of evidence. Qi Yundai raised his hand again. The jury snapped back to reality. Without exchanging many words, just a glance at each other, they dismissed the evidence brought by Zhao Jingzhou, and the first witness was escorted out of the courtroom. Here I have a petition for appeal, along with videos and evidence. Qi Yundai addressed the judge, signed by 19 citizens, appealing with evidence that Lu Xinming repeatedly oppressed his artists, and is suspected of threats and humiliation. Furthermore, on the day of the incident, he harassed and threatened Miss Yen Lu, provoking the anger of my client, who by law, deserves a reduced punishment. This piece of evidence was submitted. Director Liu's expression finally broke, and he stood up abruptly. Qi Yundai drew out a lawsuit, with an unstoppable momentum. My client has no prior criminal record, subjective malice is absent, although murder warrants punishment. However, penal sanctions are meant to rehabilitate, and my client lacks subjective malice and poses a minimal risk. Given the significant fault of Lu Xinming in this case, therefore, we request the court to mitigate and reduce punishment for my client, to uphold judicial justice. Director Liu's party wanted to speak out. Finally, Qi Yundai looked towards them. Lastly, Attorney Zhao, are you aware of Lu Xinming's criminal past? I was not. Zhao Jingzhou looked deeply at Director Lu and shook his head. Qi Yundai nodded. The defense attorney fabricates legal provisions, which gives me reason to doubt his professional ethics. I request an appeal. The calm courtroom was like a simmering pot of oil into which a drop of water had just fallen. Suddenly it began to boil. Qi Yundai did not use provocative language, nor was his voice particularly forceful. He merely pointed out the opposition's problems calmly and filed for an appeal. Yet every piece of evidence he provided, every line of argument he made, set the courtroom ablaze. The jury deliberated for a long time in light of the evidence. Lastly, Qi Yundai finally looked towards Director Lu, his voice cold. Regarding the assault by Lu Xinming, are you as his father aware or not? I was not aware. Director Lu braced himself against the table, fixated on Qi Yundai. Veins on his forehead bulged, his expression near hysterical. Very well. Qi Yundai extracted an anti-invasion record with thanks for young Master Zhang's help. Not only was everything that had been deleted recovered, but IP records were included as well. Here is the video, the record of deleted recoveries, and after the incident with the witness phone, it only appeared in your and Xianxia police officers' hands. Someone maliciously deleted the video. Chapter 245, 092 All-Around Dominance Under 2. So Mr. Lu, Qi Yundai sneered, you're not trying to tell me that the video was deleted by the police, are you? Whoosh! What could Director Lu say to that? Accuse the police of deleting it? Would he dare say that in court? The entire courtroom once again fell into an uproar. Director Lu found himself in a peculiar predicament. His and everyone else's logical thinking on their side firmly controlled by Qi Yundai, including Zhao Jingzhou. You couldn't find a single logical flaw in Qi Yundai's reasoning. Clack, the judge banged the gavel. Order, order. The whispers and exchanges in the courtroom gradually ceased. Zhang Xiais, sitting behind a fence half his height, also came back to his senses, having been in a state of tension since the incident occurred. For the first half of his life, he had been coasting through life, with his greatest ambition being no more than a minor supporting role. At this moment, as he watched Qi Yundai defending him and the other 19 victims in the courtroom, Xianxia finally began to understand the meaning of the words Qi Yundai had said to him at the end of that day. The opening of a grand trial came to a close. The evidence provided by Qi Yundai was comprehensive, valid, and sharp. After the jury deliberated and studied the evidence, at 3:27 p.m., the verdict was finally delivered. A sentence of 1 year of fixed-term imprisonment. While motive has no bearing on the establishment of intentional homicide, it has a significant impact on sentencing. This is probably the first case in the country where the sentence for an intentional homicide case was so minimal. Beyond that, the opposing witnesses, lawyers, all were released on bail. This was quite the explosive incident in the legal community. After the judge pronounced the verdict, everyone on Zhang Shi's side breathed a sigh of relief. Pu Shaohan and Wang Qi exchanged glances, with madness flickering in their eyes. The invincible General Zhao Jingzhou of Red Circle firm was appealed against by Qi Lu. Director Lu was appealed as well? And there are suspicions of slandering the police? The opponent seems to be Zhao Jingzhou's teacher. Yan Lu and Zhang's mother tightly held each other's hands, while Sister Xian beside them took a long time to come back to her senses. She had thought that a 15-year sentence was the best possible outcome for Zhang Xi's. But it wasn't 15 years, not 10, not 7, not even 3. This lawyer with a chef's hat, where on earth did he come from? Qi Yundai was unaware that his chef's hat had made such an impression on everyone. He stepped forward, merely patted Zhang Xi's on the shoulder, and encouraged him with a look. Reform yourself inside, strive to get a reduced sentence for yourself. They'll be waiting for you at Jianghu University of Political Science and Law. I believe in you, Qi Yundai looked at Zhang Xi's. Stay true to your original aspiration, and you will accomplish your mission. Zhang Xi'ai scratched his head. What is it? Qi Yundai frowned. Zhang Xi'ai was on the verge of tears. I just mean there's a pretty good chance that I might not pass the exam. Qi Yundai sneered. Then I don't care, if you don't pass just wait for me to appeal against you, and if you want to stay a few more years, remember to tell me in advance. Zhang Xi'ai. Qi Yundai huffily finished speaking, then turned around and caught Jiang Fulai's gaze. Young Master Jiang, that's as far as we can go. Qi Yundai took off his badge, then removed his lawyer's robe, surprising Jiang Fulai, who defensively said, this kid didn't leave any way out for himself. If it were anyone else today, this fool Zhang Xi'ai wouldn't have had a chance to escape at least 10 years of imprisonment. It's only me. Attorney Qi looked somewhat self-satisfied. This section should be submitted to Jiangjing Law School. Now there's a piece of teaching material. Jiang Fulai leisurely withdrew his gaze, casually saying, I was just wondering why that thing around your neck sometimes appears and sometimes disappears. Most people can't quite understand what Master Jiang is implying. Qi Yundai heartily realized that the other party was criticizing him for his last economic case. He was careless and negligent, and Jiang Shijue and his group suffered because of him, directly causing losses to the project of over 1 billion yuan. Qi Yundai, a fierce figure in the courtroom, now couldn't even dare to look into Master Jiang's eyes. Even a horse stumbles, a moment of negligence, a moment of carelessness. His voice was somewhat low. Jiang Fulai cast an imperceptible glance at his head, non-committally silent on the moment of negligence Qi Yundai had mentioned. Qi Yundai. This damnable chef's hat. Qi Lu smiled. He was contemplating playing a few moves against Chen Yongkuan. The verdict was handed down. Now, normal visitation with Zhang Xi's is possible. Class 15 knew almost everything about Zhang Shi's case, primarily through Yan Lu, who didn't want her classmates to see Zhang Xi's as a wrongdoer with poor conduct. Chapter 246, 092 All-Around Crush Under 3. Hey, no worries, we'll meet again in a year, Wang Qi said nonchalantly, patting Zhang Xi's on the shoulder. Director Chen granted them access, and quite a crowd stayed in the detention room. He smiled cheerfully, looking no different from usual. Ning Xiao spoke little. He just looked at Zhang Xi's and said, now you're really one of the good guys. Oh, and also, Pu Shaohan put a stack of notebooks and exercise books on the table. Qi Lu said you're going to take the entrance exam for the University of Political Science and Law. We've asked the police, and you're allowed to read while being reformed. These are all the books we've prepared for you, study well. Zhang Xi's grinned. but his smile didn't last a minute. He looked down to see a pile of books and notebooks. Take some time to study properly. Bai Lian sat on the only chair inside, casually crossing his long legs and gently tapping the backrest with his arm. His eyes slightly squinted, but his tone was as consistent as ever. Every 7 days, Jiang and I will come to tutor you and check your learning progress. Of course, this was something Jiang Fulai had fought for Xianxia's. Normally, visits were only allowed once every half a month, but since Xianxia was a student, and shown a tendency to strive, an extra visitation right was granted. The law is unemotional, yet it carries a touch of humanity. What? Xianxia never expected that he still had to study while inside. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were going to come and tutor him? Jiang Fulai? The person who seemed to despise him with a glance was coming to give him tutorials? Bai Lian looked up, glanced at him very calmly. That look seemed to pose the question, do you have any doubts? Xianxia's. Right, he had no doubts. The group didn't take up too much of Zhang Shi's time. They were there to represent the entire class to visit him, leaving time for Zhang Shi's family later. The bunch of young boys and girls laughed and chatted as if nothing had changed from before. The visitation time ended quickly, and one by one, they left. Before leaving, Bai Lian finally reached out and patted his shoulder. Are you scared? Zhang Shi's eyelashes trembled slightly. Don't be afraid. Bai Lian's gaze seemed to look right through him towards a distant place. The people you're protecting aren't just those 19 individuals. We don't disrespect life, but when it comes to drawing a gun, it's for the sake of those behind us we want to protect. Once outside the detention room, the lively group of students seemed to hit the pause button instantly. The corridor was dark and narrow, as if there was no daylight. A year, huh? Pu Xiaohan looked back, staring at the small house. Wang Qi also looked back. In 2 days, Zhang Xi's would be taken to Xiangqing prison to serve his sentence. He was only 19 in virtual years. Regarding the verdict for Zhang Xi's, some were relieved, while others were not convinced. Lu Dong was at the forefront of discontent. When he went to find Zhao Jingzhou again, Zhao Jingzhou was just finishing up with the police evidence collection. Outside the police station, the setting sun was ablaze like fire. Zhao Jingzhou simply gave Lu Dong a cold look. I remember before the trial began, I told you more than once that you must tell me everything about the case with no omissions. Whatever the client has done, I, as a lawyer, will keep it confidential. Clearly, you do not trust me. This is a rule known by everyone in the industry. But as a businessman, Lu Dong could not trust anyone, even if the other person was a lawyer. So today, Zhao Jingzhou was utterly defeated. Lawyer Zhao, Lu Dong also acknowledged his mistake today, quickly apologizing and then stating his request, I would like to file for an appeal. Zhang Xi's was sentenced to only 1 year. He was far from satisfied with that verdict. An appeal. Zhao Jingzhou stopped and looked at Lu Dong, almost laughing as he interrupted. You still dare to file an appeal for Qi Lu's case. Do you perhaps know what Teacher Kai's main job is by any chance? Chapter 247, Chapter 093. Alien raises the spear again, second update. Underscore 1 Director Lu was taken aback. I know he's your teacher. Teacher? Zhao Jingzhou shook his head, his gaze complex. I have only attended a few of his public lectures. Everyone at the University of Political Science and Law wanted to become his disciple, but he made it clear that he doesn't take apprentices. Of course, none of that is important. Zhao Jingzhou collected his thoughts and looked at Director Lu. Putting aside the second trial, I think you should be more concerned about your own safety as well as your company's. It's best if your company doesn't have any financial loopholes. What? The tone of Zhao Jingzhou startled Director Lu. A sense of unease began to spread. Although Teacher Qi is involved in the amendment of the criminal law, his specialty is economic capital market cases. Zhao Jingzhou withdrew his gaze, walking outside as he spoke, because his home turf has always been the international stage. You may not know him, but you must be aware of the CN Group, the one he and his legal team have taken down. Among the top 10 gold lawyers internationally, he is the only one listed from our country, understand? Having said this, Zhao Jingzhou got into his car. Behind him, Director Liu's expression changed. Nobody knew better than him how terrifying it was to be targeted by a lawyer who specialized in economic law. The CN Group, a renowned financial giant internationally just 5 years ago. In comparison to the Liu family's assets, they were practically negligible, and at last, he knew fear. He quickly made a call to his company's finance department. Of course, by this time it was already too little, too late. Xianxia's situation seemed to have little effect on Class 15. His seat was still there. Everyone knew Ning Xiao had a deskmate, though that spot was temporarily empty. On Thursday noon, Bai Lian sat in the car, her elbow lazily propped against the window, her eyes half closed, pondering how to help Xiaoxi's review. Him. After hearing Bai Lian's thoughts, Jianghu Lai, in the driver's seat, scoffed, "You can't even begin." Jianghu Lai even cursed at Ning Xiao. He was actually being polite to Xiaoxi's. But his learning methods indeed didn't suit Xiaoxi's. Bai Lian thought it over, and decided to ask Ning Xiao and Tang Ming later. Those two were closer to being normal people. The car arrived at the hospital. Shen Qing was discharged from the hospital this morning. Chief Chen carefully prepared willow branches for Shen Qing to ward off bad luck. Aside from Dr. Lance, Ji Xiaojun also knew that Jianghu Lai played a significant role in Shen Qing's survival, as the equipment used to sustain her life in the past few days was related to him. For this reason, Ji Xiaojun specially invited Dr. Lance and Jianghu Lai to lunch at noon. However, Dr. Lance had a consultation and couldn't make it. When Jianghu Lai and Bai Lian arrived at the Ji family's place, Chief Chen and Ji Xiaojun were busy in the kitchen. Since Shen Qing was still not fully recovered, she watched TV in the living room. "Ji Gu im here." Chief Chen took the spatula from Ji Xian's hand, stir-fried a bit in the wok, and while talking to Ji Xiaojun said, "This weekend we should go fishing by the river, catch some wild fish to nourish the sister-in-law." Ji Xiaojun lifted the lid of the stew pot, saw that the soup was nearly ready, and turned off the heat. He showed approval for Chief Chen's suggestion. "Good idea, invite my dad too." Chief Chen chuckled, finished the dish, and as soon as he brought it out, he saw Jianghu Lai raising an eyebrow at him. The grin on his face instantly retracted. Ji Xiaojun also came out of the kitchen, and upon seeing Jianghu Lai said, "Xiaojiang, you've come at just the right time, just in time for the meal." Chief Chen found it quite difficult to comment on this Xiaojiang. Jiang He, dressed in new clothes, sat on the couch, chatting with Shen Qing. Jianghu Lai looked down at Jiang He from above. Jiang He was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a satin finish, the collar and cuffs a pale green color, embroidered with tiny white cranes, and there was a large white cabbage on the chest. Next to the big cabbage lay a small rabbit. Jianghu Lai only glanced casually, his gaze lingering on the Bai character on one of the rabbit's ears, which was almost imperceptible. Embroidery teachers often sign their works in various ways. After the meal, Shen Qing needed to rest, and since Jianghu Lai had to go to the laboratory, he left early. He hadn't been to the lab the day before and had taken some time off that day. He really didn't feel at ease about the lab. Chief Chen took over the responsibility of taking Bai Lian to school. The residential area was undergoing demolition. Recently, many people had begun moving out, leaving many unwanted items on the road. Hence Chief Chen's car didn't drive in. Outside, Chen Jingyu, dressed in a windbreaker, parked his car and frowned as he looked at the old residential complex. He didn't quite understand why Chief Chen would be here, but still, he waited while checking messages on his phone. Chapter 248. Chapter 093. Alien raises the spear again, second update. Underscore 2 when he looked up again. He saw Director Chun coming out of the doorway. Chen Jingyu's spirits lifted. "Jingyu," Director Chen approached. "What did you want to see me for?" "Director Chen, do you know?" Chen Jingyu's serious face was unusually excited. Bakhtur Street has developed a plaster that is extremely effective for physical recovery. It's called Danei. He was cut off midway when he saw Bai Lian and Jiang He lazily coming out of the residential complex. His excited voice abruptly stopped. He lowered his voice to ensure Bai Lian couldn't hear it. "It's called the solid element paste, but it's available in limited quantities." The allure for martial artists was simply too great. "I know." Director Chen had been aware of it from the start and had even contacted Wang Yufeng's side to seek cooperation. Little did he know, they ended up creating their own brand. But Wang Yufeng is a tough nut to crack. The Chen family really needed this cooperation. He had been negotiating with the other party for a long time. The other party had a slippery person by the name of Xiaolu or Xiaoba. He hadn't even met them in person. That's why the family wants to send someone else to negotiate at the fighting arena. Chen Jingyu spoke out. The solid element paste was mostly used at auction houses. Who? Director Chen was taken aback, looking at Chen Jingyu. Yu Shen, Chen Jingyu's peripheral vision caught Bai Lian reaching her car. He swallowed the rest of his sentence. I'll talk to you tonight. Bai Lian was wearing headphones, listening to an English audio lesson. As for what Director Chen and the others were talking about, she didn't pay any attention at all. She simply took Jianghu and got into the car. Not until the car door closed did Director Chen finally look at Chen Jingyu. Miss Bai is also very impressive. What style does she study? Long fist, sanda, or spear? Or perhaps Muay Thai? Chen Jingyu was indeed surprised. He knew what Director Chen meant by impressive. Which rank is she now? Her? She's probably unorthodox, but she is very strong. Director Chen had the fortune to witness a video of Bai Lian's. Although lacking in technique, one could tell that Miss Bai's strength was considerable. Unorthodox, huh? Chen Jingyu withdrew his gaze. I thought by your tone, you meant she could compare with Yu Shen. Director Chen was quite speechless. How can you compare? Yu Hongyi started learning martial arts at 3, took up the spear at 9, while Miss Bai is seriously studying. He knew Bai Lian was devoted to her studies. Chen Jingyu wanted to say that even being admitted to Zhongjing University wasn't guaranteed, so what was the difference between studying seriously and not? But looking at Director Chen, he didn't voice his thought. Afternoon after school. Milk tea shop. Wang Qi and the others pretended to order milk teas while their eyes inadvertently drifted towards the kitchen. Yang Lin didn't bother with them, attending to other customers instead. Qi Yundai took a box of cake out and, seeing Wang Qi and the others looking at him, he reluctantly took off his chef's hat. What? When he wasn't in court, he wasn't so unapproachable. Still aloof. He wasn't much for talking. Hee. Wang Qi scratched his head very curious, and naturally asked his question. Isn't it said that those involved in legal revision can't be defense lawyers? Qi Yundai handed the cake to Yang Lin and casually inquired, Where did you hear that? Online, and Baidu says so too, Wang Qi said as if it were obvious. Qi Yundai, a look of incomprehension appeared on his face. You guys search for this kind of stuff on the internet? Not only had they searched, they had believed it too? It might have been the way Qi Yundai looked at fools with such overt transparency that made Wang Qi and the other boys exchange glances, then quietly take their milk tea back to where Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were. So we can't search online? Wang Qi asked Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao gave him a glance and reminded him, as everyone knows, all the answers on Qiandu are edited and answered by the public, including Qiandu Qianku. Wang Qi didn't dare to retort Ning Xiao, the academic god. He just looked at Bai Lian with an almost tearful expression. Lian's sister. Bai Lian casually put away her homework, looked up, and said, Use your brain. Is everyone here? Zhang Shi's dad often traveled for business. And now, Zhang Shi's was not at home. So the people from Class 15 had discussed and agreed that they would take turns, a few each day, going to the Zhang family's place to help Zhang's mom move goods and flower pots. Today it was Bai Lian's and Wang Qi's turn among others. Once everyone was gathered, they all went to the Zhang family's flower shop at the street corner. Zhang's mom had closed the flower shop for many days and was cleaning today, organizing wilted petals. There was also a delivery on its way, and by the time Bai Lian and the others arrived, Yan Lu had already started cleaning inside the shop. Alien little Wang, how come all of you are here? Zhang's mom was bustling about with a smile, no different than usual. I'll get you guys some drinks. Outside the front gate of the Zhang family's home, Wang Xian was on the phone, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. Teacher Hu, just consider that we approached you first, and you also said Xiaolu had potential. Enough, Wang Xian, let's cut to the chase, Teacher Hu said on the other end. Man, she also scheduled with me, you are aware, right? Teacher Hu was a martial arts instructor at Time Entertainment. After the Great Eternal Prosperity announced open auditions, everyone in the industry, from top celebrities to minor stars, was clamoring for a role. The Great Yong script had been finalized 3 years ago. The lead role was still that of General Chen Yi from the Chen family. the Bai family and their entourage were all historically very influential figures. Directed personally by 3 major directors, investment was said to be coming from Jianghu. Wang Xian wanted Yen Lu to audition for the role of the 5th female lead in the drama, which was a serious piece. Every female character was extraordinary, and the one Yen Lu wanted to audition for was a maid to the female lead, who since childhood had learned to use a spear and had been influenced accordingly. This was extremely important for the audition. Thus, she had arranged for a martial arts instructor well in advance. But she didn't expect to be stood up by teacher who at the last minute. Of course, Wang Xian wasn't surprised. She was the top actress at Time Entertainment, and all the company's resources were funneled towards her. Between Yen Lu and Man Shi, was there really a choice to be made? Wang Xian exhaled deeply and entered the Zhang family's backyard. Inside the yard, several students were standing around drinking cola. Wang Xian glanced at Bai Lian, whose school uniform was unbuttoned, holding a cola can loosely in her hand, standing sideways to her. Her profile as meticulously crafted as a fine brush painting, causing Wang Xian to look several times over involuntarily. She then went to Yen Lu and whispered to her about the situation with teacher Hu. It doesn't matter, Yen Lu dismissed the concern. I'll give it a shot on my own, and Wang Xian, please check other notices for me. I'll take anything. This Man Shi, could she be as popular as she is now without you? Wang Xian was irate. I can't believe she doesn't know you booked teacher Hu first. Oh well, let's try our luck. Maybe the director will see your aura and pick you for the 5th female lead. Bai Lian was multitasking with her mind. She overheard the conversation between Wang Xian and Yen Lu. She walked a few steps in their direction, with a casual posture, staring at Yen Lu for a while. Then slowly crumpled the cola can. You too. Have you never considered the lead female role? The lead female role? Wang Xian was taken aback before bursting into laughter. So many people are vying for it. The directors this time don't lack funding. They only care about acting ability and suitability. Even Man Shi would have a hard time being chosen. She sighed. Something seemed to dawn on Yen Lu. She raised her head to look at the sky and said softly, "Who am I to play that role?" Yen Lu was from Xianxia, and people from Xianxia had a very special sentiment towards the Bai family. She had never even considered acting as the young mistress of the Bai family. Who says you're not suitable? Bai Lian spoke casually. Yen Lu looked surprised. Bai Lian tossed the cola can into the trash can, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. She spoke at an even pace, unrestrained and wild. Tomorrow afternoon at 5:30, bring the spear you're most comfortable with and wait for me here. Having been in this world for so long, it was also time to pick up the spear again. Chapter 248. Chapter 093. Alien raises the spear again, second update. Underscore 2 when he looked up again. He saw Director Chun coming out of the doorway. Chen Jingyu's spirits lifted. Jingyu, Director Chen approached. What did you want to see me for? Director Chen, do you know? Chen Jingyu's serious face was unusually excited. Bacter Street has developed a plaster that is extremely effective for physical recovery. It's called Danei. He was cut off midway when he saw Bai Lian and Jiang, he lazily coming out of the residential complex. His excited voice abruptly stopped. He lowered his voice to ensure Bai Lian couldn't hear it. It's called the solid element paste, but it's available in limited quantities. The allure for martial artists was simply too great. I know, Director Chen had been aware of it from the start and had even contacted Wang Yufeng's side to seek cooperation. Little did he know, they ended up creating their own brand. But Wang Yufeng is a tough nut to crack. The Chen family really needed this cooperation. He had been negotiating with the other party for a long time. The other party had a slippery person by the name of Xiaolu or Xiaoba. He hadn't even met them in person. That's why the family wants to send someone else to negotiate at the fighting arena. Chen Jingyu spoke out. The solid element paste was mostly used at auction houses. Who? Director Chen was taken aback, looking at Chen Jingyu. Yu Shen, Chen Jingyu's peripheral vision caught Bai Lian reaching her car. He swallowed the rest of his sentence. I'll talk to you tonight. Bai Lian was wearing headphones, listening to an English audio lesson. As for what Director Chen and the others were talking about, she didn't pay any attention at all. She simply took Jianghu and got into the car. Not until the car door closed did Director Chen finally look at Chen Jingyu. Miss Bai is also very impressive. What style does she study? Long fist, sanda, or spear? Or perhaps Muay Thai? Chen Jingyu was indeed surprised. He knew what Director Chen meant by impressive. Which rank is she now? Her? She's probably unorthodox, but she is very strong. Director Chen had the fortune to witness a video of Bai Lian's. Although lacking in technique, one could tell that Miss Bai's strength was considerable. Unorthodox, huh? Chen Jingyu withdrew his gaze. I thought by your tone, you meant she could compare with Yu Shen. Director Chen was quite speechless. How can you compare? Yu Hongyi started learning martial arts at 3, took up the spear at 9, while Miss Bai is seriously studying. He knew Bai Lian was devoted to her studies. Chen Jingyu wanted to say that even being admitted to Zhongjing University wasn't guaranteed, so what was the difference between studying seriously and not? But looking at Director Chen, he didn't voice his thought. Afternoon after school. Milk tea shop. Wang Qi and the others pretended to order milk teas while their eyes inadvertently drifted towards the kitchen. Yang Lin didn't bother with them, attending to other customers instead. Qi Yundai took a box of cake out and, seeing Wang Qi and the others looking at him, he reluctantly took off his chef's hat. What? When he wasn't in court, he wasn't so unapproachable. Still aloof. He wasn't much for talking. Hee. Wang Qi scratched his head, very curious, and naturally asked his question. Isn't it said that those involved in legal revision can't be defense lawyers? Qi Yundai handed the cake to Yang Lin and casually inquired, Where did you hear that? Online, and Baidu says so too, Wang Qi said as if it were obvious. Qi Yundai, a look of incomprehension appeared on his face. You guys search for this kind of stuff on the internet? Not only had they searched, they had believed it too? It might have been the way Qi Yundai looked at fools with such overt transparency that made Wang Qi and the other boys exchange glances, then quietly take their milk tea back to where Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were. So we can't search online? Wang Qi asked Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao gave him a glance and reminded him, as everyone knows, all the answers on Qiandu are edited and answered by the public, including Qiandu Qianku. Wang Qi didn't dare to retort Ning Xiao, the academic god. He just looked at Bai Lian with an almost tearful expression. Lian's sister. Bai Lian casually put away her homework, looked up, and said, Use your brain. Is everyone here? Zhang Shi's dad often traveled for business. And now, Zhang Shi's was not at home. So the people from Class 15 had discussed and agreed that they would take turns, a few each day, going to the Zhang family's place to help Zhang's mom move goods and flower pots. Today it was Bai Lian's and Wang Qi's turn among others. Once everyone was gathered, they all went to the Zhang family's flower shop at the street corner. Zhang's mom had closed the flower shop for many days and was cleaning today, organizing wilted petals. There was also a delivery on its way, and by the time Bai Lian and the others arrived, Yan Lu had already started cleaning inside the shop. Alien little Wang, how come all of you are here? Zhang's mom was bustling about with a smile, no different than usual. I'll get you guys some drinks. Outside the front gate of the Zhang family's home, Wang Xian was on the phone, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. Teacher Hu, just consider that we approached you first, and you also said Xiaolu had potential. Enough, Wang Xian, let's cut to the chase, Teacher Hu said on the other end. Man, she also scheduled with me, you are aware, right? Teacher Hu was a martial arts instructor at Time Entertainment. After the Great Eternal Prosperity announced open auditions, everyone in the industry, from top celebrities to minor stars, was clamoring for a role. The Great Yong script had been finalized 3 years ago. The lead role was still that of General Chen Yi from the Chen family. The Bai family and their entourage were all historically very influential figures. Directed personally by 3 major directors, investment was said to be coming from Jianghu. Wang Xian wanted Yan Lu to audition for the role of the 5th female lead in the drama, which was a serious piece. Every female character was extraordinary, and the one Yan Lu wanted to audition for was a maid to the female lead, who since childhood had learned to use a spear and had been influenced accordingly. This was extremely important for the audition. Thus, she had arranged for a martial arts instructor well in advance. But she didn't expect to be stood up by Teacher Hu at the last minute. Of course, Wang Xian wasn't surprised. She was the top actress at Time Entertainment, and all the company's resources were funneled towards her. Between Yen Lu and Shi, was there really a choice to be made? Wang Xian exhaled deeply and entered the Zhang family's backyard. Inside the yard, several students were standing around drinking cola. Wang Xian glanced at Bai Lian, whose school uniform was unbuttoned, holding a cola can loosely in her hand, standing sideways to her. Her profile is meticulously crafted as a fine brush painting, causing Wang Xian to look several times over involuntarily. She then went to Yen Lu and whispered to her about the situation with Teacher Hu. It doesn't matter, Yen Lu dismissed the concern. I'll give it a shot on my own, and Wang Xian, please check other notices for me. I'll take anything. This Shi, could she be as popular as she is now without you? Wang Xian was irate. I can't believe she doesn't know you booked Teacher Hu first. Oh well, let's try our luck. Maybe the director will see your aura and pick you for the 5th female lead. Bai Lian was multitasking with her mind. She overheard the conversation between Wang Xian and Yen Lu. She walked a few steps in their direction, with a casual posture, staring at Yen Lu for a while. Then slowly crumpled the cola can. You too. Have you never considered the lead female role? The lead female role? Wang Xian was taken aback before bursting into laughter. So many people are vying for it. The directors this time don't lack funding. They only care about acting ability and suitability. Even she would have a hard time being chosen. She sighed. Something seemed to dawn on Yen Lu. She raised her head to look at the sky and said softly, "Who am I to play that role?" Yen Lu was from Xianxia, and people from Xianxia had a very special sentiment towards the Bai family. She had never even considered acting as the young mistress of the Bai family. Who says you're not suitable? Bai Lian spoke casually. Yen Lu looked surprised. Bai Lian tossed the cola can into the trash can, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. She spoke at an even pace, unrestrained and wild. Tomorrow afternoon at 5:30, bring the spear you're most comfortable with and wait for me here. Having been in this world for so long, it was also time to pick up the spear again. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.